got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His roots is traced back to Ubommiri, Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there was no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, yeah, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place, and then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Eke's major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of Xenox Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, Xerox computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of its notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing Xerox's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Ake's entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company Xerox made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Ake's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by Xerox in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xerox retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Ake's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur. He hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Dr. Souq A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Souq Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. in a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Souq Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. Souq, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when they have bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that
It's that time of the day again when we'll bring critical issues to the front burners here on Souq News TV. I am Blessing Aichi. Many thanks for making it a duty to join us this morning. You know that it's a conversation that we both have. That is, we on the side and you can also add your voice to the conversation. Priye Krumale is here this morning and is ready to get right into it.
Good morning to you, Blessing.
Good morning, Priye.
Good
Seems
morning
like I got
to
the
you,
memo.
Lagos and Nigeria. Of course. Except for the touch. Oh, okay. I can see the touch of white there.
Okay.
Well, welcome. It's another beautiful day right in your face this morning for us to kickstart the program. And a lot of things are right on the front burners. And as usual, we are going to light the flames this morning to make sure we keep it burning. And let's jump into it at the moment. But before then, let's quickly go on a break. And when we return, we'll bring you to stories, what's making insight into what's making the stories this morning. Do stay with us.
All right, now let's get on to stories that made the headlines. The Federal Inland Revenue Service begins the trial of Binance, a cryptocurrency exchange platform, in the alleged tax evasion case filed by the tax agency. Well, that's quite interesting. Binance into tax collection and all that, because there have been cases of tax evasion, according to the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Well, that's a technology that is going to actually show the tax record. It will be hard for people to manipulate that, but it's quite a technology. What do you say to that? Way to go, FIRS, or it never reach like that?
The grievance of FIRS, or why FIRS felt offended by the actions of Binance. You see, we have to be even very, very careful of this conversation about Binance and the Federal FIRS, because it's a case that is still in court, and our conversation around it will just have to be some
we cannot,
sort of
yes, it's more like a sub judice.
Exactly. But so what's the offense, or what's the allegation that the Federal Inland Revenue Service is putting across to Binance? Is that the chief executive refused to collect TAS, and he refused to collect the tax and to impose tax rather, and to even collect it and remit it to the Federal Inland Revenue Service. And this case, this is a case that has been it's been on the front burner, I would say, for quite a while, not just this year. Two of the executives were to be apprehended. And Mr. Gabarian, if I get his name correctly, was, is a 39-year-old American that was apprehended, and the other one is Nada Mojid, who actually, flee arrest. So now the case is in the front burners again, and they are trying to make sure to bring them into, to make sure that they pay, or that the systems are being reconfigured for it to reflect that Binance will have to pay some form of tax to the Federal Inland Revenue Service. So there's been this back and forth. I wouldn't want us to preempt the courts.
Yes, while we cannot preempt the courts, that matter has been a long-running battle. Even for those who trade on the Binance platform, at some point they were affected. So it's something that it will be a matter for the courts to decide. But on any trading platform, as long as business happens there, that's the position of the FIRS. But what the courts would decide would matter. And then how that would altogether affect the operations of Binance. I think after a while, we might get to see what happens with the platform at the end of the day.
Exactly.
But I think that the lesson here is for Nigerian-owned tech firms to develop certain platforms that we don't need to rely on third-party platforms for trading. Part of the reason why these issues come up is because when platforms like these are set up, it's either they are owned by an international firm, or most of the operations are not quite known to the regulating agencies in Nigeria. You know that the CBN had even had issues with cryptocurrency trading platforms, and Binance happens to be one of them. So let's see where all of this leads and what happens with the crypto trade at the end, or with the Binance platform at the end of the day. But if we look at cryptocurrency, which is like the main thing here, the ban that CBN once imposed on crypto trading in Nigeria did not actually stop Nigerians from trading on crypto. In fact, Nigeria was actually one of the countries with the highest crypto trading. And you find that a lot of people found a way around it. Then they introduced the P2P transaction, because you cannot sell your crypto directly from Nigeria. So you had to sell to a peer who operates in another country, and then but it was more like a long process. But I think CBN easing up on that was CBN acknowledging that this is technology and this is more like the trend. And so having a very high youthful population, you also cannot just put a clip on it and say no. Particularly when you have a population that is tech savvy, they want to try out on all of those things. The best way to do it is to regulate it so that fraud doesn't happen through there. It doesn't become a channel for money laundering and all that. So I think there has to be more openness about crypto trading in Nigeria. The CBN has to do more of regulation rather than clamp down. I think they easing on that too is a good step.
The outright ban of the cryptocurrency market in Nigeria by the Central Bank of Nigeria, well, I say by the government, gives it away as an institution that, probably must have explored all other options in trying to regulate the cryptocurrency market, but it was unable to come up with a sound, because why would you outrightly ban it?
I don't think it was an issue of exploring all options. I think it was just the fear of the negative tendencies.
Okay, so one part of the negative tendencies that they mentioned was that it could be used by unscrupulous elements to sponsor terrorism in Nigeria and other dastardly acts in the country. Well, recently, the United States Agency for International Development, what's happening, and they've talked about how USAID was used to sponsor terrorism in other countries. They mentioned Boko Haram, they mentioned Al-Qaeda, and they have, I would call them allegations. I know. So if crypto was going to be used, I think probably it would have featured in one of these discoveries in sponsoring terrorism in different countries. But we are seeing, so if the government is really outrightly going to look at issues or the ways that terrorism and banditry are getting their funds, there was another time when the United Arab Emirates caught some Nigerians who are deep into this dollar bureau de change fraud, that they own companies and they've been looking at their transactions and how their transactions are leading nowhere, and it's coming from, and they are getting their receipt from Nigeria, and they forwarded the names, about 12 of them or so, to the Nigerian government, and I believe the government dealt with it in that specific way. So there's a way we must look at cryptocurrency. If we have a vibrant population and we are from 19 to 35 as the average age for Nigeria, and we have 65% of that range of Nigerians that fall within that age bracket, who we know very well that tech is their main thing, and cryptocurrency is one of that aspect of tech that the young population of Nigerians are exploring. If that is the case, and we know that if we do carry out an outright ban on cryptocurrency, it's going to have a toll on the young Nigerians too, who have chosen to explore that part for personal gain, not illegally this time. I mean, for the trading platforms. Now, the government could not really monitor it. And part of one of the other allegation was that during NSAS, it was part of the medium through which those who sponsored that move used to sponsor the move. It's just part of the conversation that was flying up and down at that particular point in time. So I think the government should open it. If the government is going to open it, it is good for the Central Bank of Nigeria to equally develop other platforms locally, like a wallet, or develop something that has the same similarity with Binance. However, it should be given the kind of profit that other and the kind of benefit that Binance is offering to its customers even globally, because it's not only in Nigeria. You use Binance in other parts of the world too. So we should be able to encourage other banks or financial institution or fintech, like you said, in Nigeria to equally develop such app and such software, so we can we make sure that since we are fighting towards inclusive banking and inclusiveness in the financial industry, we also bring in our people, our young populace, who will take advantage of this to make a difference in the
crypto is just one of the many digital currencies that exist. So the CBN at the time experimented with their own digital currency, the e-Naira, which still exists till now, but not widely used.
You can't make gains. You can't.
You can't make gains.
Yeah, you can't.
E-Naira.
You can't. There's
no
gain.
You can't.
It's just a wallet that you say that you fund.
You can't say there is
no gain.
You can't say there is
because
no gain.
I remember
downloading. The cost of transaction is a gain. Cost of transaction that you're not having to pay when you're using the e-Naira to transact is a gain.
How many fintech use it?
That's what I'm saying.
How many Nigerians use it?
It's not widely accepted, doesn't mean that there is no gain.
If there is gain in it.
Now, the point I was driving at is that the CBN also tried to experiment with their own digital currency because they saw how people were moving towards digital currency. But it didn't gain that wide acceptance that they were hoping that it would get. But when it was launched, it grew from the volume of trade started growing. But I think one thing that had made that e-Naira quite difficult to for people to maybe use it is the value, because the value is still the same as with the Naira, whether you're using notes or digital. So when you're doing international transactions, you still have those challenges that you would experience when you want to pay with Naira. So that was part of the challenge. Unlike crypto, where the value of the coin in some cases have appreciated so much over time. So when people are transacting or making payments with crypto, it's the value of the particular coin or the
dollars.
Or the particular digital currency that you're using, not necessarily in dollars, but how much of it, what's the value of that, though it's based on the dollar mostly.
Measured,
so that's what, it's more like, what is the return on investment? So if you buy, for instance, a particular crypto, maybe a unit of that particular crypto is at 4,000 Naira, and you buy maybe $1 million Naira's worth, and over the years, it appreciates from 4,000 Naira per unit to maybe as high as 500,000 Naira per unit. Some even sell as high as 12 million a unit, 6 million a unit, and some hundreds of millions. So it depends on what that value is. So people see it as, we could invest in this. It would be a good way to preserve our savings, our earnings, you understand, unlike what the e-Naira does. So I think it's an eye-opener too for the CBN to think of what to do. Now, while the nature of crypto gives it for those who want to use it for wrong purposes, because it's encrypted, so you can have a lot of dealings with it that are not quite open because of the encrypted nature. So this goes back to during the NSAS protest, where monies were transferred through crypto and they were not being traced. You couldn't tell who was sending, who was sponsoring, and all of that. So that's sort of created a sort of panic or fear for CBN that if they could do this using crypto, who knows what could happen. But I think that having such fear is not enough to say we can't allow that. So CBN easing up on that is a good one, but more can be done. And we also need a tech expert to create platforms where if you want something like this to operate, then we cannot leave it totally in the hands of foreign tech companies who have developed these trading platforms. We should have our own local trading platforms. That way, we can have more scrutiny of the operations of it than when it's exclusively in the hands of foreign trading platforms.
Okay, you see, I just hope the same problem wouldn't come again. One of the biggest mistakes that the government made was that it, first of all, outrightly, it exercised, in fact, its impression it gave about crypto was that it's bad. And from the onset, it has been against it. And when it came up with that stance, it first of all disbanded the crypto. Then it now went to make e-Naira wallet. How are you going to look at the acceptance
Okay, so
Now
you need
that
to
it
understand
scared,
that.
no, just a moment. It scared Nigerians, it scared the youths away, and because they believe that, look, this is what government is involved in this. There is no way they are going to get the kind of benefit they are going to get from wherever they are getting it from.
I don't think
There is
it's
this
about
bias.
government involvement. It's about
it's
about
bias,
the
it's a
benefit
bias,
of the
it's a-
trading platform
it's
itself.
it's okay, it's fine, because there is no benefit. If it's going to
There
be
is
exchanged, if you are going to be exchanging it, and it's going to be in the dollars, it's going to be in the dollars. For the e-naira, it is naira.
Yes.
And you yourself mentioned it. If they are going to trade out there, they'll first of all need to convert their naira to the dollar, which means they are going to lose because they'll be paying more.
But that's not the only kind of transaction you can use in naira for.
But
What
in
about
other platforms, it is
transactions within
measured
the country?
it is measured in the dollars. And if it is measured in the dollars, they are carrying out a trade in different parts of the world because of the superior value of the currency. They stand to gain. And even if you want to carry out a transaction within Nigeria, you won't want to even go start using the e-naira wallet.
I think the
For
major
a lot
problem
of people,
is how dollarized our economy has been. And that's because
Nigeria is not the only country that has been dollarized.
Nigeria is not the only country. Doesn't mean that we are not dollarized. Nigeria is highly dollarized. And that's a problem. And that problem stems from the fact that we are largely import dependent. So whoever is wanting to put money or have transactions done internationally, they're considering the value of the currency they're using for transactions. So that's where the superiority of the currency comes in. Now, you do not expect that the apex bank of a country would create a trading platform or a wallet that is based on another currency other than the one that is a legal tender of that country. So the CBN could not have even created digital currency that is not based on naira.
Okay, if you look at that, there are different. There's a way that you trade on that platform.
Yes.
That it is fine, even if you're not using the naira. If you want to use the naira, you equally need to study the market. You equally need to study the market in the sense that, look, as long as crypto was concerned, the government knew or have good information about that more than some other people out there. However, from your own part, you know that, look, this is a defeated cause. Or probably they just went to create the e-naira wallet because they want you to serve as a soft landing. That, look, we didn't completely take this out of your mouth. You just have to understand this. And there was no outright education and creating awareness that, look, we are not going this direction because our nation is under threat. There's a way there's a way the government beats people into line.
I don't think that was beating people into
in
line.
all cases, that's not what you use.
Some innovation.
You use both the carrot and the stick and the stick approach. In this particular case, it was a stick approach.
No, I think it was both the carrot and the stick
Which
approach.
carrot? Is it the e-naira you are referring to?
Yes,
as the carrot?
as the carrot, and also the CBN easing up on the tight clip on crypto trade in Nigeria is also the carrot.
People still trade
government,
crypto.
it's not only Nigerian government that is wary of crypto transaction. Governments in other countries are also very cautious about it. So it's not something that is going to get a full approval by governments of any nation overnight. It takes a process, and every government considers their peculiarity. What are the peculiar challenges that they have before you can just have, because let's not put aside the threats that could possibly happen when you give a full approval to this. So the CBN monitoring, the CBN regulating and not giving outright approval, it's something that any apex bank would do, trying to regulate the financial sector, trying to regulate what type of transactions are allowed. Because you know that some Ponzi schemes can also disguise as crypto. And some persons are falling victim. So there is need for scrutiny of that kind of trade.
It is, in fact, I think it's a well-known fact.
Yes.
That you want to involve in that. You see the coins. In fact, you go. There's a whole lot of education about this thing.
Maybe we'll leave that education for.
You see, they mention the names of the coin.
The crypto experts, we've had conversation with them.
There are names of coins that.
Let's not get into that.
That is proliferated on the internet.
No.
And if there's no way you can disguise a coin, that is not a coin, that is not a cryptocurrency, that's not a digital.
You can.
There's no way you can disguise it
and people are falling,
sell it.
And people are falling
no,
victim.
it could be, people could be falling victim.
So
people could be no, I'm not saying people are not falling victim, but I'm not saying people are falling victim because someone, this is a digital currency, and someone came and fabricated something that is not a digital currency and was selling it as a digital currency, and it was being purchased online. No, that system cannot be breached, because if it is a digital currency, there is a platform that recognizes a digital currency.
That's when the person who falls victim has adequate knowledge to know how the market operates, how the trade operates. But for someone who doesn't have adequate knowledge, it's quite easy for them to become susceptible to tricks like that. But like I said, we're going to leave that education for the crypto experts. We'll find some time to bring in one of them. We've had them previously talk about this, but we had to get into the crypto matter because the trading platform which the FIRS has filed a suit against is Binance, and we had to talk about the crypto trade because this is a trade that is ongoing in Nigeria as it is in other countries, but like we know, most governments are kind of cautious about it, and so they take on certain measures to see that the trade is very much scrutinized, and in some places not allowed at all. Moving on, Nigeria has launched credit scheme for locally assembled vehicles, and it targets 1 million beneficiaries by 2026. So I take that again, Nigeria launches credit scheme for locally assembled vehicles, just in case you didn't hear very well when I said locally assembled vehicles, and the target is 1 million beneficiaries by 2026. We know how expensive it is for you to buy a car now in Nigeria, and sometimes people just can't afford the brand new. They go for what is popularly referred to as tokumbo, like the fairly used vehicles. But if we have vehicle manufacturing companies in Nigeria, it will be cheaper. But what we have in Nigeria are actually assembling plants, companies that assemble vehicles. Most of the components of the vehicles are imported, so they basically assemble. But what Nigeria is trying to do, the federal government is trying to do, is allocate credits or support these companies with credit so that they can make more vehicles or assemble more vehicles in Nigeria to reduce the cost. We have one of them, one company that has done quite well in the area of assembling vehicles. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the company, but we'll talk about companies assembling vehicles in Nigeria. We know the name that mostly comes to mind. So, but do you think that this is a far-reach project, something that would not really add value to the masses, given the cost of cars, the cost of vehicles, whether they're locally assembled or they're fairly used cars imported into the country? Is this something the average person would be happy about or elated to know that the government is wanting to invest in this?
Okay, for this, as long as this is concerned, I think it's a right step in the right direction. The reason why I said that is this: vehicle assembling plants in the country, I don't think we have as much as we should have, given our population and the need for industrialization and how we need that particular sector to grow and to provide its own quota of employment to the Nigerian market. If I should take your mind back to memory lane, there's some of these vehicles, trucks you see on the roads of Nigeria that have, some of them you see the only thing that's surviving in that truck is just the head of it.
What do you mean the head? The
head
engine?
of the truck.
Okay.
The
like
body parts, yes. The body parts, you were just looking at them alone, you know they would have gone through some series of transformation in the unmerciful hands of Nigerian motor mechanics. Yes. So first of all, when they were imported into the country, they were in their full form. But when they started, their journey in Nigeria, either to convey goods from one part of the country to the other, they develop some challenge and some problems, they don't take these vehicles to the companies that brought them into the country, because sometimes those companies do not even have their own plants established in the country. And so the Nigerian mechanic, or what I call the roadside mechanic, had studied the process whereby they fix the engine, they find their way around it, they fix it, it goes bad, they remove the engine, they bring the carcass of the vehicle, they went and purchased another engine, they put it inside it, and it's working. And if you look at some of those vehicles, some of them, in the previous days, there's a local name, some of them were being called, like the Molue. I don't think those ones were really imported into the country. They were really, they've gone through a series of change. Now, it has provided a local market in the sense that you see this local mechanics have gone through the process of studying and understanding the structure and the make of that vehicle. They can reconstruct the wiring of the vehicle, of the trucking system, to bring back light into the vehicle, to make it work and to last long and to work on the Nigerian road. That's not the way they were imported into the country. So if we have local established plants that could, assemble vehicles, and we could bring in some of these plants coming from the countries where these vehicles were really manufactured into Nigeria, then I could say we will start a market. However, we'll be starting more than what is called a market and an industry, because the longer we maintain that trajectory, we maintain that process, then we could get to a point whereby we'll start replicating the same technology that we have imported into the country. Because if you look at China, that's where it started from. It replicated some of the technologies that they were importing into their country, and today they've multiplied that technology in different ways, and they've started creating local technology and export into other countries. I'm sure that members of our House of Representatives that vote out money, 150 million naira, 100 million naira, to buy new sport utility vehicles for the new members that are coming into the House, probably will start, patronizing some of our local, not just the assembling plants. There is a company in Nigeria that manufactures and sells cars, whose name, if you mention it, it's almost now a global brand that people identify with the brand. Why can't we purchase from them to give to our 360 or 365 lawmakers, so that we don't take this money
for government officials?
Why are we taking this money out?
Indigenous firm.
Why must we take it out to some vehicle manufacturing company in Germany? Why do we have to take it out to the US? Why must we take it out to China to buy this manufactured product? And these monies are running to billions and hundreds of billions of naira. Why can't we retain it in the local economy for someone who is a manufacturing vehicle in the southeastern part of the country? Why can't we put that money to multiply that money in the local economy, so that this manufacturer can expand its tentacles by coming to build one of these in Lagos, build another in Kano, in the northern part of the country, and provide jobs for Nigerians? Why must we siphon this money outside?
Yeah, I think patronage would be better than offering credits, because sometimes these credits are loans, they are not grants, so they have to be repaid over time. While that will also be good, because not every company might be lucky to get the patronage if the government were to patronize them. Now, I agree that when it's time to buy vehicles for government officials, rather than buy imported, the locally, those who assemble vehicles locally in Nigeria, the government should patronize them. Yes, that's a good one. Because if we see government officials, public officers driving cars with brand names that we know are indigenous, it will encourage the average person to say the next time they need to buy a vehicle, they would go there. But if the government is not patronizing them, that's a message to say you don't even believe in these companies. You don't believe in their products. So you don't help market them. Because you could give grants, you could give credits to them to help them produce more. But who buys them? Who buys them? Marketing is one challenge that some of these companies have, because some persons are kind of skeptical about it, like, oh, this vehicle was assembled in Nigeria. Are we sure that it's going to be durable as much as those who are imported, those that have been imported? You talked about the Molware, if they were imported. Yes, I'm very sure that when those cars were imported into Nigeria, they came as brand new vehicles. But because some drivers or some owners would not want to retire the vehicles, so some of them have even lasted beyond one generation. They moved on and they kept, refurbishing the vehicles until they can no longer be refurbished. If you see the Danfo buses, then you understand what I'm talking about. If you've seen the Danfo buses in Lagos, you understand what I'm talking about, that some of them can no longer be refurbished. Maybe they can, but the current owners don't want to spend money refurbishing them. They're just comfortable knowing that the vehicles have engines that move them from one place to another. Back to my point. So, government can do a lot in terms of marketing. Now, if you are a major customer, a major off-taker of these vehicles, then some companies too could say, we need operational vehicles. Why don't we contract it to these firms to assemble, customize based on what we need, or the ones that they've made? So if government is the first marketer of these companies by patronizing them, you would have more companies patronize them. And so when they are making more sales, it empowers them to do more. It empowers them to expand the capacity at which they are producing. They are becoming household names. Other Nigerians who want to buy cars will patronize them. That way, the automobile industry in Nigeria is growing, and we would have less of importation of those vehicles. Because you know how much brand new vehicles come in Nigeria, how much they are sold? You have cars selling as high as 400 million, above that, you understand. And clearance is also part of what makes the cost of those vehicles high. Because some come in not as high as that, but by the time they go through customs, paying all the duties, the clearance and all, it becomes very expensive. And that's why some fairly used cars are smuggled. Some would rather go to neighboring countries like Benin Republic to buy those vehicles, clear them, and just drive them to Nigeria, because it's much cheaper to do that from the neighboring country than to do that in Nigeria. So strengthening the automobile industry is a good one, but I think beyond credit, there has to be patronage. Government buys lots of vehicles, so if government is a major customer to these companies, you would have other companies wanting to patronize this assembling plant, and they need to spread, so they will be empowered more to do more.
Okay, in the 1950s, that was when the Peugeot 404 pickups, the Peugeot industry company came into Nigeria, and they started, with their manufacturing. I won't call it manufacturing, of course, assemblage, and they had their way in the market, because that was quite a while. Then the industry grew when it got to 1970, where we'll begin to see the need or the potential for our population, and the need for us to have vehicle manufacturing and assemblage plants across the country. It became a brand, and even the government officials, even the government officials then were the ones driving the Peugeot cars. In fact, if you are in government or you are in the civil service and you are driving any one of those cars at that point in time, it must be that you are in the higher echelon of government and the administration. Some of the heads of state used that at that particular point in time. In 2014, the government passed, a policy for the automobile industry was released, indicating the licensed automobile dealership in Nigeria should engage in local car manufacture and assembly in order to make cars more affordable and accessible for Nigerians to buy. But one will begin to ask if that policy, though it's still there and it's still effective, but how many businessmen can the Nigerian businessmen, or those who have the capacity to come together to establish a car manufacturing or or an assembling plant there, because it will thrive in the Nigerian market? Would they want to see that? Do Nigerians even have taste for locally assembled or locally made cars? Given that we know that our people, or it is public knowledge that foreign product most times is more preferred or more seen to be of premium quality than those that were even locally made, even to an extent, if I may divert for a little moment. Those who make shoes in Nigeria, even from the southeastern part of the country, after making their shoes, they don't put made in Nigeria in it. They put made in Italy, or made in China, made in the US, because they've come to understand that, oh, these are people like foreign made goods, and if it doesn't have a foreign made tag on it, they will desist from getting it. And through that, they were able to sell it. Sometimes it's shipped out of the country and shipped back into the country,
yes,
for it to make its way into the market. So those who have the wherewithal and the financial muscle to go and establish car assembling plants, or to come together to put on a market like that, they will have a tough time selling it to Nigerians. And there should bring creativity into this. That, look, we understand our roads. That's why I'll keep on referring to that car manufacturer in the southeastern part of the country. You understand your road. The car must be rugged in Nigerian road. You know that, okay, if we're having problem or some challenge with infrastructure in the country, and the roads that that we have here are not, some of them are not good for our cars, to really stand the test of time, then you can do cars or manufacture cars that are not, sport vehicles, where the bottom of the car will be scratching the floor, and if the roads are not good, that car will not last long on the road. So we should be making Jeeps here in Nigeria, so that it is quite high up there. And of course, if some of these roads, some persons say that during the rainy season, you see that the state of the Nigerian roads will be betrayed. That some of our roads are not it at all. That means when it rains, they're going to have ponds of water standing in different parts of the road. So you put that into mind and make cars, that could, pass those places.
Why do you think Jeeps, those kind of cars sell more in Nigeria? Because the average car owner in Nigeria thinks about the durability and the nature of the roads. It could be flooded, it could be in a deplorable condition. Now, maybe the one around your area where you live in could be good, but what if you have to move to other parts of the city or other parts of the country? You have to travel. So many of them want to go for those kind of cars that really are not very low, kind of high, so that they can wade through water without having issues. Those are part of the reason. But I get the point. Now, we've seen cases where young people come up with innovations. You've seen stories of, we've heard stories and even seen works of individuals who creatively done something, maybe a little automobile, some experimenting with helicopter and all. I think that these automobile companies should reach out to people like that, who've developed some automobiles out of their own innovation and tested that it could work. But perhaps due to limited research or limited resources, they couldn't develop the project beyond that. So if they can have more of such people on their team, I think they will easily move away from just assembling to manufacturing every component of the car, and they'll be able to do that to make it, to customize it based on Nigerian roads, based on what will be durable for the average car owner here. So I think some partnership is needed here between the institutions. We have engineering faculties across universities in Nigeria. Even in polytechnics, we have them. So there should be this synergy between the town and the gown. We should also have industries connect with the engineers from these institutions. People who are on their own developing, creating, innovating automobile products by themselves that are not able to expand beyond what they can do. They just post on social media, oh, this young boy or this young guy has been able to create this helicopter that could fly maybe for 10 minutes, fly for 5 minutes above the ground, or this car that moves without petrol, you know, it moves, it's an electric car, things like that. I think such people should not just be applauded on social media. We should have companies connect with them because they have something that the companies would need. They are innovative, they are ingenious, so they will be very, very useful resources for the company. Okay. Let's move on to a matter of health.
Sorry, please, I just want to mention some of this local assembly plants that we have.
No, we can't do that.
These are established
No, we cannot do that. Let's move on, except if you want to bring in money for that, because I know that the marketing team will reach into your pockets and grab that money. Okay, moving on, but we do know that there are car assembly plants in Nigeria, so if you need the service of any, you could just reach out to them. You could find their addresses, you can find their location when you Google them online or ask. They are not secrets. All right, moving on to the health sector. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus has called on world leaders to brace up for future pandemics after Trump's withdrawal from pandemic agreement talks and negotiations. Well, this is like sounding a warning ahead of time before anything like the COVID-19 pandemic strikes again. Even after COVID-19, we've heard of, there's a pandemic, there's a new disease outbreak in China, in this part of the world, in that part of the world, but there's not been a widespread pandemic as we had in the COVID-19 pandemic era. I think that US indicating plans to withdraw from WHO has really been a major shake, has caused a major shaking in WHO, because funding, when it comes to funding, US is responsible for a lot of funding that goes into WHO, and their presence as a member of WHO was a boost. It was reason for many countries to be part of WHO. You saw the Kenya issue when they pulled out of WHO almost immediately after President Trump had announced that the US would be withdrawing from WHO. So if they did that, it means that over time, you may have more countries pulling out of WHO, further reducing their strength. But as an organization, international organization, saddled with the responsibility of creating standard when it comes to disease and pandemic management globally, when it comes to ensuring standard in health practice globally, worldwide, they are seeing that there could be problem ahead. So let's come to an agreement now on how pandemics in the future will be handled, so that we do not wait for a time where it happens, and with US pulling out, one other country that now has pulled out, funding is not coming as it should be to tackle it. There is no agreement as to what practices will be adhered to. So let's do that ahead of time.
Kenya has not completely pulled out.
Also with the US, it's an indication.
It's just contemplating and just contemplating whether on what direction, what decision to make, probably because they were influenced by the United States decision on trying to leave. However, for the WHO, Mr. Ghebreyesus, who is warning the nations ahead of pending pandemic and how this might be devastating. So one of the questions one should ask is that there's a lot of research that is required, medical research, laboratory research that is required to produce a vaccine for any pandemic. In the early stage of vaccine development, researchers explore the idea for a potential vaccine. Vaccine development can take 10 to 15 years. 10 to 15 years of laboratory research, usually at a company in private industry, but often involves collaboration with researchers at a university. So for how long, when COVID struck, how long did we stay before we came up with a vaccine? So that's a question that I will leave to the medical practitioners to come answer. How long did we stay? Because it was rapid. A vaccine was out, and that we could take this to prevent that and to prevent it. Fine, even though they came up and said pregnant women may not be able to take that, those who have underlying ailments will not be able to take this, those who are given to alcohol and drug intake will not be able to take that because it's going to aggravate the problem and their challenges, and which may lead to them dying. But it didn't take long. So globally, medical research has been on and is still on to preempt or think ahead of possible epidemic that may rise up and how to quell it. I think globally, with the way and manner COVID-19 was handled, even though we lost millions of people across the globe, with the way and manner it was handled, I think the world is somehow prepared for any other.
Do you think the world is really prepared?
I would say that the world is kind of somehow prepared for any upheaval in that aspect. And that's why did I say that? It's because of the way we actually moved in during COVID-19. And sometimes it could be in this part of the world, I'm talking about Africa, they see COVID-19 as, oh, we have everything locally to overcome COVID-19. So people who are afraid, then sometimes they also went and take the local spirit drink to wash their hands, to sanitize their faces, and some of them even gulp down bottles of it to keep themselves from any form of contamination or coming in contact with COVID-19. A lot of people at that time went down to start eating the increase. There was an increase in the eating and consumption of garlic, of ginger, of fruits, and
of things
of
that they believe could prevent the COVID-19.
No, not prevent. Actually, some things that will boost their immune system.
That's what we're saying. Why you boost your immune system? So that you're not able to contract it.
Sustain any attack and be able to keep you. So they were able to do that, and some people were completely oblivious of any form of warning.
Some felt it wasn't real.
That it wasn't real. However, we knew of lots of people who made the news that went with COVID-19. So somehow I think we are prepared. And
I don't share that. I don't share that sentiment that the world is prepared for any pandemic. We do not pray for any pandemic to happen, but yes, we do know that these things do happen because each pandemic comes with its own peculiar challenge. So we can't say because the world was able to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. If we look at that, was the world really able to manage COVID-19 pandemic? Maybe we're saying that because in this part of the world, the death toll wasn't as high as what areas like Europe, Asia, and other parts of the world had. The severity of infections and number of people, the fatality wasn't as it happened in Africa. I think Africa was better able to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic, and our environment also helped. The temperature that Africa has also helped. The medical practitioners in Africa, how they handled it also helped. A lot of factors helped. But for Europe, it was not the same. They were not as lucky as Africa. So after that COVID-19 pandemic, world leaders gathered to say we need to talk about how to handle future pandemics in terms of the prevention, the preparedness, and how we handle it when eventually it happens. That's what the pandemic agreement is all about. But with US pulling out, the WHO is saying that this has to happen now or never. We need to make this a top priority now ahead of time. Let's decide on how future pandemics will be handled. There were countries that were disgruntled about the way WHO handled the pandemic. It was seen as though WHO wasn't fair, as they were giving concession to certain areas than others. Even from Africa, there were claims of a cure to COVID, medications that could treat COVID, but did they really listen? Did they test to be sure that, oh, there's a cure coming from this part of the world? But it seemed like there was this push of vaccines over claims of cure, claims of treatment for COVID-19 pandemic, which I think personally shouldn't be. Now, if you're giving people vaccines so that they are better able to stand against the COVID-19 pandemic to prevent the infection, if someone comes up with a claim of treatment, I think you should also listen to that person, because while you're preventing, the vaccine is not 100% proof. it's not 100% a safe proof that you would not be infected even after being vaccinated. So we saw that there was the first dose, second dose, and all that, and the booster dose. That's because the vaccine itself was the potency of the vaccine was not 100%. So where there are claims of treatment, they also should have been given priority. So those are areas that leaders want to smoothen out to see if any other pandemic breaks out. How do we prevent it? What is going on? What preventive measure are we taking now to equip our health sectors in each country, globally? How are we training the workforce? What is the standard? Now, how are we prepared for it? If it does happen, are we investing in vaccines in certain areas so that whenever there's an outbreak, we are better able to deal with it? We don't record as much casualty as was recorded during the COVID-19 pandemic. But, of course, with US pulling out, it seems like it's setback. But I think that it's just US and maybe Kenya. The other leaders can come around. I think this conversation needs to happen because we don't know when the next will happen and what nature that pandemic will assume. So it's very critical for the health sector to be top of its game, being proactive before anything happens.
For why we were able to come up with a vaccine within 1 year is a feat. Top universities in the United States...
there are different conspiracies around that even.
Top universities.
Okay.
What
you don't believe in it doesn't mean that there are no conspiracies
what's
around
the conspiracy?
the
what's
ease
the
of development of vaccines.
Ease.
By yourself said here that development of vaccines take between 1 to 15 years.
10 to 15
years. So in a year, or less than a year, vaccines were developed for an infection that was quite new. So do you not raise eyebrows at that? Let's not even get into that.
2019, COVID-19 came on board.
Yes.
2020, the world was able to come up with
yes.
a vaccine.
Something that before that time would take 10 to 15
The Pfizer
years.
vaccine was the first vaccine, I think, that hit the globe. And the United Nations, the World Health Organization, by virtue of the fact that it has a conglomerate of world health experts and universities in member states that are in alignment with the agenda of the WHO, carried out research on I won't want to say on daily basis, but okay, let me stop there.
Okay, well, let's not get into the debate of what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, the conspiracies and all, but the bottom line here is that it is urgent. It is something that should happen. What leaders should, I think they should listen to what the WHO is saying at this time regarding the pandemic agreement so that the world is ready to face any challenge that may happen health-wise so that we do not suffer what was experienced during the COVID-19 outbreak. We'll take a break. When we return, to be time for us to have policy discussed. Stay tuned to the front burners.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from
Many thanks for staying tuned to the front burners on Souq News TV. This is where we do policy discourse. And the first topic we'll be treating this morning is economic experts predicted that Nigeria's inflation rate would decline between 27% and 30% by the end of 2025, mainly due to planned rebasing of the consumer price index and other macroeconomic factors. However, this projection remains significantly higher than the 15.75% inflation rate assumed in the 2025 budget. Okay, Bri, this is what I think. Now, inflation rates, according to the NBS, for the month of January stood at 34.80%. And so experts are saying that when the rebasing of the economy, which the NBS plans to do, it's going to decline between 27 and 30%. And then for the 2025 budget, the federal government has made the assumption that inflation rate will drop to 15%. So they are hoping that when the rebasing is done and other macroeconomic conditions are also changed, so it will make inflation reduce. But you know, when we talk about inflation here, we've brought to the fore one critical issue: the method through which inflation is being fought in Nigeria. They seem more like textbook principles, and the inflation in Nigeria has defied a lot of those principles. One of them is the increase in, you have to increase monetary policy rates. When inflation is increasing, you have to tighten the monetary policy to make sure that inflation reduces. This the CBN has done consecutively for about 6 or 7 times. When the current CBN governor, Olayemi Kadoso, assumed office. So interest rate was at 18.75% at that time. So increasing after each MPC meeting consecutively saw us having the interest rate of 27.5%. Yet, inflation did not abate. Inflation kept increasing. As much as they were tightening the MPR, inflation was increasing. So that tells us that it is not an issue of too much money in circulation. So trying to mop up the money in circulation, increasing inflation rates, increasing the MPR rate. But the reverse was happening. As the CBN was increasing interest rates, business people were having limited access to funds. Cost of funds became higher. And of course, every business person will want to pass on the cost to the end user. So it meant that production became more expensive. The cost of the products, cost of the services became more expensive. The purchasing power of the consumer declined, but the goods were more expensive. The services were more expensive. So that further increased inflation. But the rebasing has not been done yet by the NBS. We don't know what would happen with the rebasing. Even the set year, the year on which the economy is going to be rebased, 2019, for some, it's taking it too far. Some of the argument that the rebasing should have been done, you know, based on maybe 2022 because of the macroeconomic factors and how things have changed. Because at that time, 2019, before the COVID-19 outbreak, if we look at what the exchange rate was then, is very, very far from what it is now. If we look at the macroeconomic conditions, the policies that have changed, they are much different from what happened there. At that time, we're still under a subsidy regime. There was petrol subsidy, there was electricity subsidy, and so even the floating of the naira had not happened at that time. If the rebasing is done using 2019 as the set year, which the data will be used, it seemed like we may not even have a very clear picture of the economy using 2019. That's even an argument, and that is yet to be done. But there's prediction already that if it's done, it will make inflation rates decline. But even if that happens and inflation rate actually declines to 27%, it is still higher than 15%, which the federal government is assuming would happen. So it means that a lot needs to be done using macroeconomic conditions to see if inflation will be tackled. Because the kind of inflation Nigeria is having is cost-push inflation because we are largely an import-dependent nation. And you understand the crisis, the global crisis that has been happening. With the Russia-Ukraine incident that's happened, that also caused supply disruption. And Nigeria was importing lots of wheat from Russia, from Ukraine rather. And the energy crisis that resulted from the Russia-Ukraine war made cost of production very expensive in other countries. And when we buy from them, the inflation that had happened in their country is transferred here. So that's how we call it cost-push inflation. So more needs to be done than using books now to calculate. There has to be some restructuring in the economy ongoing. We need to produce more. If we're producing more of what we are importing, that will reduce the demand on forex, and it means that price will drop. If the production is done here and the factors of production are not as expensive as it is right now, it means that these goods and services would be available at a cheaper rate. When prices come down, inflation definitely will come down. But what we've even seen is that for the locally manufactured goods, sometimes they are more expensive than imported ones. Let's take rice, for instance. The locally produced rice sometimes are more expensive than the foreign rice because power is an issue in Nigeria, and power has become very expensive. For the equipment, was it Monday? Yesterday we were talking about how that the Nigerian economy has expanded, but there are certain sectors that were declining, and how supply disruption was contributing to the service sector declining. So that also affects that. Put together, it makes production more expensive locally than importing some of the produce, some of the products from foreign countries. So we need to do a lot of homework here to address these peculiar situations in the country rather than depending on what's going to happen with the rebasing.
When we want to take solutions or take remedial actions to cushion the effects or to put things in order when it comes to the Nigerian economy, I think we should stop this, that you call it textbook methods. You know, I call it theories that are not in alignment with the reality on ground. Like you said, the NPR, when Mr. Cardoso came in, 1, 2, 3, the prices were going up and on. And like when that is done, investors cannot access funds. If they cannot access funds, things will look static. Now, what is the benefit for rebasing an economy? I know it says that the GDP rebasing offers significant benefit by aligning economic data with the current realities on the economy. Okay, so what advantage does the man who has money, who is earning 70,000 naira, what does this benefit him? Okay, it improves the accuracy of growth measurements, supports better policy making, and enhances the credibility of economic data, both domestically and internationally. These are theories. Because in Nigeria, we understand that when there's an increase in premium motor spirit, everything goes up. And when there is a reduction in price, things stay up. They don't come down. I think we should take a leaf from what the recent decision that Kenya made, the decision that the UK is mooting, the decision that even the United States is thinking about. Recently, Kenya reduced their monetary policy rate, unlike us that have been increasing. So are we contemplating the same direction so that investors can have access to more funds? Are we contemplating making sure that when we look at the economy and we have met for the NPR, that we are going to prioritize certain sectors in the Nigerian economy that we will be giving loans to? Have we looked at the fact that we can look at recently we have $2.7 billion export of non-oil products? Have we looked at giving loans to farmers? Have we put that into consideration? Have we put mechanisms in place to make sure that carrying out oversight functions to know that, look, the infrastructural projects and the capital project that we have voted over 23 trillion naira to tackle, have we put mechanisms in place that, look, we make sure that we allocate or bring out all this 23 trillion naira, and we put our eyes on ground to make sure that every capital project that is highlighted for us to build, talking about roads that will bring financial increase into the government or into the purse of the government, how much we are doling out for the Federal Inland Revenue Service to be able to collate and garner taxes from the Federation, both at the state and at the federal level. Have we looked at these tendencies for us to make sure that we have things in place to do that? Have we looked at the import? Can we begin to lay more taxes on some of the goods that we are importing into this country, though we have local industries, local manufacturing industries that will be able to produce the same good, even if it's not the same good, a good that can substitute for that, so that we give the local company more power to produce and to sell, and somehow put some form of infringement or constraint to those who are importing this good into the country. Because you mentioned an instance whereby some of this industry, some of these products in the country, if you import it into the country, and those that were manufactured in Nigeria, those that were manufactured locally or domestically are even more expensive than the ones that were imported into the country. And that is intentional. I think it is economic sabotage. It's not that we are the ones sabotaging ourselves, even though we have a role to play. But you see that those organizations and those companies that ship their products from their countries into Nigeria and sell it at a price below what the product we have in the domestic market that will serve as a competition or as a substitute for their product, what they are doing is dumping. They are dumping their products and their goods in Nigeria. They will sell at a low price. Then they will turn the attention of the buying public away from patronizing the domestically made products to those that were imported into the country. Then after that has been done for a while, for 8 months or 1 year or 18 months, then they take the same price to the same level or higher, not the same level with which you have for the product that were domestically, produced. And when that is done, the taste of the consumer has already been affected to desire what is being shipped into the country. So we have issues like that. And when we have issues like, one of the instruments that the government can use is to make sure it tax these companies that are bringing goods into the country. Okay, so
raising tariff on imported items.
Raising tariff is not only the United States that should do that. I think Nigerians should take a leaf from that, doing that, because so that we need to make our local industries stand a chance. Some of them do not have money to expand their production capacity because each time the MPR meets, they've been increasing that. And you remember some of these foreign companies coming, some of them use dollars, and they have financial chest, a very huge one that they can compete very well. And when they have the grant to compete, if it is in oil, let's assume it's in the production of biscuits. And by the time they are doing that for a year or for 2 years, they have more financial muscle. They diversify to another part of the economy where they now start making gari for you. Then they diversify from that part of the economy to start, dealing with oil and gas. Then they are beginning to accumulate economic and financial and business and trade strength. How does that affect our local industry? They begin to beat them down, and before you know it, our local industries are already dying off because they cannot compete. I think the government should use a tool so that our local industries can be strengthened in this regard.
Let's bring in the part of the consumer in here, because the consumer is only concerned about at what cost do I need to obtain this product that I need? At what cost do I need to obtain this service that I need? So it's more about doing a cost analysis. So whichever seems cheaper and more cost effective for the consumer, that they will go for. If we're going to go by this analogy of yours, where the foreign companies that are set up here seem to have more financial muscle than the local industries, the small industries, they are unable to compete favorably because access to funds is critical, and funds have become very expensive for them because of the interest rate. Now, for the consumer, they keep going over to patronize companies that sell their goods cheaply. Companies are able to offer services cheaply because they need to consider the money that they have. Now, there's also a report that is saying that personal loans in Nigeria have increased because of inflation, because the purchasing power of many Nigerians have reduced. Some need to take loans to be able to meet up with basic needs and pay their bills. And we're having loan sharks spring up more because some persons don't want to care what is the condition for obtaining that loan. And since there are no collateral for some of this loan, it seemed like the only way the loan apps or the loan companies can guarantee the recovery of the money is to have access to the contact list of those who are seeking the loans, so they can, through their contacts, recover the money. But the point here is, inflation is making a lot of people turn to borrowing. Borrowing ordinarily should not be a bad thing, because even in a place like the US, there is a credit economy that functions to help people acquire what they may not be able to in the moment. But because they have credits, they have access to credit, they can buy a house with the mortgage system working. They can buy cars and then pay in installments because they have a working credit system. You know, the president earlier in the year sometime in the year 2024, had plans of having the credit system work in Nigeria. But this is a challenge. Now, if you look at the experience of some of the loan apps and even microfinance institutions, which are closer to the people because of the nature of how they operate, it's easier to obtain loan from the microfinance banks or microfinance institutions than the commercial banks. You would see that the chances of recovering these monies are not so easy. So even if we have a credit scheme functioning, it may not last for a very long time, because we have not been able to handle certain areas regarding data. So people can give fake data. It is hard for you to trace them. Even with BVN, you have people using a BVN that they don't own. Maybe a child that has an account using the BVN of the parents to run an account. For the NIN, the National Identity Number, recently we've also had cases of NIN and SIM mismatch. So it's not very easy to track down people. That's one thing. And that becomes a problem for a credit scheme to function. Now, why are people even needing credit? Why are people needing loans? Is because their purchasing power has reduced. We'll talk about wage increase some time ago. So the NLC, on behalf of federal workers, was asking for wage increase, which the government did to 70,000. But if we look at the current economic reality, if someone earns 70,000 naira monthly, that money is hardly able to take that person to their bus stop, let alone see them through the entire month, because they have to pay rent. And we know how much rent is now, how far rent has increased. The person has to pay rent. If that person happens to be a parent, they probably have kids who are dependent on them, so they have to factor in feeding, which brings us to food inflation, which is the major reason we're having a very high inflation rate. So a lot needs to be done. We need to encourage the agricultural sector. If we're giving loans to farmers, the issue of data also comes in. Let's be very sure that these are farmers that are getting the loans, not people with political connections getting monies they would not use for the purpose those loans were meant, getting grants for the purpose that they were meant. We should ensure that the right people get them. If it's in the aspect of seedlings, fertilizers, farm equipment, agricultural equipment, that this support will come, let's ensure it gets to the right people. Ease of doing business, the government needs to do a whole lot on that, where people can easily set up their companies, where the CAC is doing that, but where business can easily happen. Do you understand me? And then infrastructure, a lot still needs to be done. The power sector, privatization of the power sector was aimed at ensuring that the power sector functions. But we've seen several years down the line that the gains of privatizing the power sector, Nigerians are yet to begin to reap that gain. Now, with electricity subsidy taken out, it has made power more expensive. It is not even stable. For the Band A users, some are even protesting that they are Band A users, but they don't get power as much as they should get. the number of hours that should be allocated to them, they are yet to get that. You understand? So these are issues that at the end of the day, it's making things not work as they should be. So while the government is looking at monetary side, which the CBN handles, fiscal policies should complement the monetary policy. You know, recently there was an increase in custom duty, and people were saying, how would this affect the cost of goods at the end of the day? For an import-dependent nation, you mentioned tariff, increasing tariff to discourage the import of certain items. But we should also look at items that we should increase tariff on. Do we have comparative advantage in some of these items? If tariff is placed on them, the locally manufactured goods, will it be enough to satisfy the demand? So we do not run into a situation where we are trying to solve one problem and then we've created another. These are issues that we need to look at. Now, for loans, what qualifies a person for loan? Should we begin to look at the accessibility of loans? Now, for apart from the loan apps, if you go to any bank, whether it's the commercial bank or the microfinance bank, you need to have an account with them for them to give those small loans, those microfinance banks. And some of them have more like daily contribution, where if you're taking a loan of 50,000, maybe you have 50,000 deposited with them, or they know what business you do, so they come daily to take a part of that money so they are able to recover them. But sometimes, some people are not even, we have people who are not in the financial sector at all. They are financially excluded. And so even if we're talking about personal loans, it is not, I think the ones that we have on record are those that are within the financial system. There are money lenders who are not captured in the formal financial sector. They lend to people at rates that sometimes are very, very high. And they use all forms of credit method to ensure that they recover those loans. But our personal loans going up is a reflection of the impact that inflation has had on us as a country. So it's time for us to leave those principles that we've been using to work, the principles, economic principles. Oh, you need to tighten monetary policy rate when inflation is going up. Okay, it means that there's more money in circulation, so you need to tighten so people have less access to cash and all of that. Even this recent policy of the CBN, I think, will further increase inflation rate, where withdrawals have been limited to ATM withdrawals have been limited to 20,000 naira. Yes, you may say people have the option of going into the bank, but how many people have that time to go into the bank? And how many persons have gone into the bank recently, have been able to withdraw as much cash as they wanted? So you find that the demand for cash is rising. The cost of cash is also rising. Factor all of this into our daily activities. So when somebody expends a certain amount of money for to complete a particular task, the person who would need that service at the end of the day will pay for it. So I think all of this policy clash is further increasing inflation, and we're going to see more people needing loans to survive on a daily. This will mean that for those who are in the money lending business, it could be a very sweet time for them. However, whatever strategy they're going to devise to ensure that they're able to recover their loans is another subject matter. But we need to know that inflation needs to be attended to more than we're attending to it. And depending on rebasing the economy for that, would just mean like us having a figure that shows on paper that inflation has dropped. But the reality of the matter is that it is still biting hard on the average man on the streets.
One of the strategies that the government can equally adopt, that's why when he talked about the tax reform bill and how it aims to reduce the number of people or businesses who are earning to the threshold. I said 50 million. How many businesses can have the turnover of 50 million? Maybe we'll start looking at the businesses that we can find around us in Nigeria or in streets, in Lagos, in different markets that are earning, or they're having a turnover of 50 million, or even if it is increased to 100 million, that they will be exempted from tax.
250 million
to be exempted from tax. Fine. I think that's equally one of the strategies to use. But it shouldn't be all businesses. It should be for local businesses alone.
Okay, so that the targets, which are indigenous businesses in Nigeria,
businesses alone,
it will be highly beneficial to them.
Yes, local indigenous businesses within a threshold of turnover should be exempted from paying tax. And them being exempted from paying tax does not mean, it also puts a responsibility on the business that, look, you must open your books to the government, to the tax authorities before you could be exempted. It must not be something that could be said in the void and they just received a report from the organization that my turnover monthly is XYZ amount of money. It's not, it falls within the threshold that the government has actually made a policy to be exempted from taxation. No, the government should have a regulatory process whereby they can look into the books of these organizations to see how much turnover they made and to make sure that they meet the qualification and the conditions of being exempted from paying taxes. Also, the government should make it a duty to give out loans, or if not grants, to businesses that operates at the head of society, that have 1, 2, 3, or 5 member of people in their employment. Between 3 and 5 number of persons in their employment. Government should also target, most especially, I will hit that hard. In the production of rice, where Mr. President Buhari, former president during his administration, where rice was part of the items that he disbanded from gaining forex into the country, and later on it was removed in this administration. So while it is understandable that at that particular point in time, the local production of rice cannot cater to the entire population of Nigeria, and that in its own self, the policy in its own self now, became to appear like self-destruct policy, because the few people who were producing rice locally, even though the quality of their production, is not even on the same standard as those we import into the country, then had to increase their prices because they felt, we have little, we have quantity. The quantity we have for production is not what can go around, and a lot of people were coming to ask. Even at that is one of their disadvantages side you talked about. In Lagos, this border was closed. It was closed for us to access rice because of that policy of the government. There are in other parts of the country where people were still smuggling it into the country. While we can say that in its own self have some form of a cushioning effect in the positive aspect, but it's not the kind of route we want to go through, most especially if you're breaking government regulations. So I think the government should look in depth, inward, properly. If rebasing the economy is just for the government to have a structure of the economy in order to make policies that will drive the economy, then I think the government already have the details on its table.
Okay, we're going to break. On a return, to time for us to look at another issue on policy discussed. This time, it has to do with the WTO DG, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, asking African leaders to be innovative. Please stay tuned.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, He received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development.
Many thanks for staying tuned to the front burners in this is policy discussed. Let's look at what the Director General of the World Trade Organization is asking that African leaders do. She's asked that African leaders look inward for funding opportunities for the continent. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said African leaders must attract investment and mobilize resources to survive contemporary social and economic realities that come with the policies of the Donald Trump presidency. Recall that the president of the United States, Donald Trump, had suspended the USAID programs, which Africa has been benefiting from for a number of years. Some of them tackle HIV and AIDS and other matters. So basically, the United States has been sending lots of aid to Africa, which the WTO DG, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, is discouraging right now, and more like asking African leaders get used to the new reality, which means that AIDS may not come as they used to be, or may not even be coming from the US. So you need to look inward for funding opportunities, be innovative. That's the word that she's used. So if we're talking about being innovative for funding opportunities in Africa, you know that African leaders a lot of times gets funding for projects through different means. There are many African countries right now are heavily indebted. So the debt burden of many African countries right now is very high. They are indebted to multilateral institutions and to other organizations, even to other countries, because they need funds for projects in Africa. But when would say, or when the DG of the WTO says, look inward for funding opportunities, does this mean that there are actually opportunities of funding in Africa? In what places, in what areas can African leaders begin to turn to? Are they going to turn to the capital markets to raise funds from the capital markets? Are there certain policies that need to be done to perhaps maybe attract investment so that these monies come? These investments come by themselves, and they are investments rather than loans for which you need to service and repay later on.
Okay, I think she's saying the time for loans, or is it aid?
Aid specifically.
Is gone. Just the way we're told fuel subsidy
is gone.
Is gone. Now, for African leaders, since the President Donald Trump had been campaigning for the elections, they should have known that, okay, for African leaders who would have been planning, I know, okay, let me say the Nigerian government would have known and it should have been planning. Let me say the Rwandan government is well aware, and I know that it would have been planning, that now this is it's not going to be business as usual. So we should have been looking at other areas. And I think the government has a very good idea, that it depends how efficient that idea, and it's the Eurobond and the Treasury bills. One of the ways to, because it's a mechanism that the government has been using before. It's going to have to continue to use it more in a more rugged, refined, and deliberate way to make sure that it counts when we start talking about monies that is needed to develop. Now, we can equally pose tariff. See, you talked about comparative advantage. Do we have, maybe we should be speaking to the Minister of Trade and Investment concerning this. Do we have any product or any sector in Nigeria where we do not only have comparative advantage, but we have absolute advantage? Absolute advantage in the sense that we are the only one as a country that have the wherewithal to manufacture that product, or to even have the raw materials in place that is highly needed by the industrialized nations, so that we can begin to look on how we are going to explore this, not to also exploit and export it in its raw form to the industrialized countries who would now add value to it and reship it back to Nigeria. No, but something that we can export in its raw form and also have factories and technology in place here in Nigeria, and we can add the same value so that we can sell it locally and export to contiguous countries around us. The African countries should, when Akinwumi Adesina himself and Tony Elumelu and the other government functionary from Liberia when they were, being questioned in the World Economic Forum. Is that the World Economic Forum? And they were being asked questions on how Africa is the market. We have gold in Africa, we have lithium, you have uranium, and she kept on in mentioning all the raw materials that the picture they painted, like we have them in mountainous, capacities here in Nigeria, inexhaustible, that we can use them. Have we begin to look at that? The Nigerian government, do we have a blueprint on how to explore these raw materials that we have in northern Nigeria, in the Ministry of Steel and Solid Minerals? Have we begin to pay another attention to this? Because if we are not, what are we storing them for? If we do not have the capacity, or maybe we do not have the technology, this is the time for us to reach an agreement, a bilateral agreement, even with the United States or even with China or even with Germany, for them to come build the same plants for it to be operate in the build, operate and transfer model to the Nigerian government. Because the other day we were talking about roads that will be constructed in Nigeria and is going to last for 25 years. And as a result of that, the government is going to start building toll gates in this road to impose tolls so that we can generate funds to care for those roads, to maintain those roads, and to probably maybe build new ones and to pay our debts to those who actually borrowed us the money to build that. Can we equally look at that within the scope of industry? To set up industries in the solid minerals sector, for us to be able to build and add value to the mining activities taking place in the northern part of the country. If those products or those raw materials that were being mined here in Nigeria are being retained here in Nigeria and we add value to it before exporting, I think within a space of 10 years, we would have added not only to our GDP, but our export would have doubled or if not tripled our import. Then we'll be operating a healthy and positive balance of payment. This is the reason why we must not only just look at political affiliations or looking at political coteries to be appointed into the cabinet of the president or of the governor. In the solid minerals sector, is it only the state, is it only the federal government that have that license to operate and to mine? Does the state have any license? Those are questions that we should be asking. Can the state explore? Those are questions that we should be asking so that it will be a playing field where both the federal government and the state government can come and have this conversation and play and open the market and bring innovations to bear so that we are not at the mercy of the West.
Yes, it's a key point. So we're not at the mercy of the West. And I think how we even talk about investment opportunities in Africa is critical. When we're saying come invest in Africa or come invest in Nigeria, as the case may be, what sectors are we pointing the attention of the investors to? What have we put on the ground to make it easy for investment? Because if money is in a place, sometimes you don't need to drum it for people to know there's money here. Because investors are scouting daily for new markets to put their money. And that's why certain countries are considered as emerging markets, because they have been seen to have opportunities in that other places perhaps do not have. And Africa is an emerging market because there are opportunities here. But how do we sell those opportunities? Do we see it as, come and help us, we are stranded, or we need your help? Or we're selling it as, this is a win-win situation. If you come invest in Africa, you would win, we would also win. Let's take our minds back to the World Government Summit, where we had the likes of Akinwumi Additional, the African Development Bank president, and Tony Elumelu, who is the chairman of the UBA Group, and also someone who's significant when you talk about business leaders in Africa, how they sold Africa on that platform, talking about the return on investment and the reduced rate of loss in Africa. Who's collating this data for Africa? Well, if we look at the risk assessment that Africa has, who does that assessment? Do we have African bodies doing the risk analysis, conducting risk analysis and saying, this is actually the risk assessment of Africa? Or we have multilateral institutions coming up with reports on risk assessment that are suggesting that Africa is a high risk region as opposed to what the reality is. And you know what that means? It then means that for any lender to Africa, the cost of capital will be very expensive because the reports suggest that this is a high risk region. It then means that for investors working with that data, they see this as a high risk region, high risk investment. So some of them are dissuaded from investing. But if we have the data collated locally, if we have this assessment done by Africans where there is no bias against Africa, but is a representation of what the realities are, then investors can look at it and say, you mean? Because I'm very sure that as Tony Elumelu and Additional spoke there are investors whose eyes were open to the fact that the rate of loss in Africa is actually less than 2%, way less than 2% compared to what they would get in Latin America, which is 14%. So they'll be thinking to themselves, you mean I have not put money in Africa all this while? So we need the right messages going out. That's what part of what the WTO DG is talking about when she says, be innovative. Innovation cannot work when you do not even have data of what works in your environment. You do not have control over the narrative of what happens in your country, in your continent, because narrative is very, very important. It can persuade or dissuade those who would want to make investments. Now let's look at the role that the capital markets can play. We need to strengthen the capital markets in Africa, the financial market. That's an instrument through which any government can raise funds. Now, when the government is opening subscription for treasury bills, you find that a lot of times they are oversubscribed because people are aware, it's the government, we can trust the government. And so even if the profit margin may not be so high, but it is safe, it's a safe investment, you know that you will also get return on investment. That's one way through which governments can raise money. Because some persons have money and they're thinking, what do I do with this money? What venture do I invest it? They need some investment that they are sure of recovering their money back. That's one way governments can also raise money. Yes, there's also the Eurobond that Nigeria does and some of the African countries does. But because of the exchange rate, I don't think that would be be much of a safe way to go. But if we strengthen our financial markets, that's one way to also raise funds. And then when we're talking about infrastructure projects, it is not enough for loans to be taken for road projects without a proper plan of how that loan can be repaid. The road should be able to repay the loan that is being taken to rehabilitate the road. So the toll system can work, but not one that is acting as a burden as well. And we also need data, we need technology to drive the toll system. So rather than take loans to say, we want to build this road, it could be, this is an investment opportunity. Invest on this road. We will create the mechanism for you to recover your money using the toll system that pays back the investor. So it's an investment at this time and it's not a loan. The difference is this: because it's an investment and it's not a loan, you do not have to service that investment. You do not have to service that loan. So you're freeing up money that would have been used to service the loan. These are ways that African leaders can actually solve the issue of relying on aid. And then, I don't think that the governments of African countries, African leaders, are involving the citizens enough as they should in projects, in things that they do. Are we conducting needs assessment before we even embark on certain projects? Or is the government thinking that this is what the people need, whereas the people are expecting government to show up for them in a different area? Some of the monies that are being wasted, I use the word wasted because sometimes it's a waste. Perhaps the people need a market. You're bidding for them a recreational center. That recreational center will be idle. Sometimes it can even turn to a hideout for criminals because that's not what they need. Perhaps they need a primary health care center. Perhaps what they need are other facilities, other amenities, but because proper needs assessment was not done, money that could have been used for meaningful projects are channeled to projects that make no meaning or do not make significant meaning to the people at the end of the day. And then we come back to needing money for critical projects. So needs assessment is very important. That for the little resources that is available, what do we do with this? How do we channel it? And we should have square pegs in square holes, not having round pegs in square holes, so that they are not confused as to what to do. Now, this idea of having ministers and ministries that they do not understand, and then they spend like 1 year of the 4-year tenure trying to understand the ministry before knowing what way to go, under the guise or under the belief that the minister doesn't necessarily need to be an expert in that area. It just needs to give instructions. It just needs to delegate to people. If you do not know what goes on in that particular sector that you are meant to head, you will be misled and you will commit money to areas that are not the primary needs of that sector, because you are depending on information given to you. You are not the expert. You do not know what really obtains in that area. So again, it comes back to having square pegs in square holes, and then we should begin to have local participation. A lot of public-private partnership needs to happen. When this happens, and then the business people can trust government. So I think African leaders should begin to show themselves as trustworthy, being trustworthy, because a trust deficit contributes to sometimes people not even wanting to participate on public-private partnerships, wanting to trust government on certain projects. These are some of the things I think needs to happen, and if we do all of this, maybe where we need loans may just be minimal. Where we get aid, what do we do with the aid? Now, the investigation into the USAID program has opened up a lot of worms, make people to see that there's a lot of rot in that system, in that particular program. What has been done with money spent? We've been receiving aid for years. What significantly have we achieved as a continent that has been beneficial or the beneficiary of certain aids? So we need to be more accountable. The people need to hold government more accountable. There needs to be information flow. There's a bill on freedom of information so that people can have access to information. But it seems like there's an effort, there's constant effort to conceal information. It should not be so hard to know what certain ministries are doing, what ministries, what agencies are receiving aids, and what those aids are being channeled to. So these are things that we need to do as a continent to help us develop more.
Yes, creatively, whilst Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is talking about creativity and how it is incumbent on our leaders to make sure that they exercise creativity in other ways to search for different aspects to bring money into the government and increase IGR. Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was a Minister of Finance in the country. She's also, even though now she's not working for the country, she's working for the WTO, where she's in the best. She's also stand a chance by virtue of her personality and her status to give some form of information about Nigeria that would attract investors. Tony Elumelu has done his own part. In fact, Akume Adesina has been flying the green flag for a long time, from the Jonathan administration down to his exploits as the president of the African Development Bank, and wherever he goes, he has the data in his hands. These are persons that are selling data for the benefit of the country, and their job is quite creative. I think every other billionaire who have investments in Nigeria, who are of Nigerian origin, should become marketers to sell Nigeria. They find themselves in different world fora where they speak to whole gamut, whole large institutions, bilateral, multilateral institutions who have the capacity to invest in the country, and they interact with these persons. So I want to say they continue to do that. However, the government will need to equally play its own creative role too. I know the other time I mentioned issues about the government, imposing tariffs on some organizations who are, manufacturing products and shipping it to Nigeria, and they could be using it as an instrument of dumping in order for them to expand their business empire. But on the other hand, also the government can look at specific industries and specific persons who want to establish organizations in Nigeria. They are coming to establish their presence. They are building a presence. and they are, active, playing a very active role and stakeholding role in one of the sectors and one of the industries in Nigeria. The government should be able to leverage on the financial chests of these organizations and create an ecosystem where they can operate. And if the tax was supposed to be 100 naira, the government can impose a tax of 20 or 35 naira, to allow them set up. The government should also impose and make sure that it sees to the end that the Nigerian Content Development Board will have to play that active role, whereby most organizations, most especially from China, that are coming to establish their presence here, we must have Nigerians in their board. We must have Nigerians, employed at the grassroots. Establishing manufacturing organizations in Nigeria. There's this Chinese organization, or China. Why is it that most of them call them? They produce these slippers. You find lots of them between Lagos and Ogun State, and Coca Road, where it is an industrial estate, into other places in Nigeria where they manufacture. Nigerians that are working there. Sometimes, I personally that I've spoken to some of these people, the level of employment there is quite low, and they make people to do different kind of jobs. Is somebody handling like 3 or 2 different kind of job, operating 2-3 machines in the process of production. Nigerians should investigate the process to make sure that there are regulations and the way it is governed, so we can have more Nigerians being pushed in there. And if the government is talking about watching out for, because there's a way you watch and you take care of your citizens at work that other countries will also replicate by the time they are coming to build here. So we should create an environment where they come to build, and we give them the rules and the regulations, how it should operate over here, also in Nigeria, and we will not stop striking it. Agriculture, and the animal husbandry, where we need to invest. So government, we need to take a very good look at it, or we'll make the best out of it.
Well, we do hope that African leaders will at this time begin to look inward and put on their thinking caps so that the continent can develop and be what it can be. All right, and let's take a break. After that, there'll be time to hear from you on posts and perspectives. You just might have a brilliant suggestion for African leaders regarding funding for projects in the continent. Please stay.
Born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. A testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
You could say it's feedback time on Posts and Perspectives. What are your thoughts regarding the issues discussed so far? Let's begin with the story of the federal government launching credit scheme for locally assembled vehicles. Well, maybe for that person who's been thinking, I think I need a car. You know what they say, that a car is a necessity. It's not as if it's luxury. Maybe God has finally heard your prayer. So let's get some comments around that. Yelaya says, someone will now tell me Nigeria is not moving forward. No way I can see and I can verify. So obviously he's very excited about that development. Maybe he's one of those who's been praying for a car or wanting to buy more cars. And Y Anmi says, first, we need urgently to move away from keke, okada to taxi and proper buses. Second, why assemble keke and motorbikes when we can easily manufacture and did so in the past? We are actually losing jobs plus value chain and supporting Indian manufacturers more than Nigeria. That's a great question. Seem like, if we could, let's begin small, but even at that, we've done this before, we could do it again. What are you thinking?
Okay, the person is talking about we manufacturing.
Yes, buses, keke, before moving on to, tricycles, before moving on to exotic vehicles, and saying that we were manufacturing the tricycles here before, and asking why we can't do that ourselves rather than support the economies of the countries where this component will be coming from.
Okay, the countries where these components are coming from, we import these things. Where, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, they build lots of facilities for universities, including secondary schools and primary schools. When these things are imported, some of them we should just import, take them to our universities and have our science students have and study them. study these things that we've imported into this country. If they are spare parts for cars, and we are going to be assembling them together, let our students look at them and make another prototype here, emulate it. Then we can start an industry with that. Our government needs to be deliberate in issues about policy, because if we do not do that, some few people who have shown themselves that they have the capacity to put two scraps of things together and to manufacture one vehicle, probably it's not moving, but the person have the initiative to be able to carve out the carcass of the vehicle. The person have the initiative. There was someone who built a tricycle that's using water, because I saw the video on social media. It's here in Nigeria, and it's even in the northern part of the country. So when people show off such level of innovation and creativity, I think they should attract institutions of research and development. They should also attract institutions of government, and these institutions of government must be willing to lay down some funds or to take some of these persons to advance their level of training so that they'll be able to replicate that in a functional way.
Okay, and then on the issue of the WTO chief warning and calling for global leaders to attend to the pandemic agreement after the U.S. withdrew from that organization. So Rini says WHO, WEF, and UN Gates are in it all together. So much emphasis on disease. It is either a scare tactic or they already know what and have vaccines on them ready. Governments worldwide should not sign this treaty. It will end our lives as we know it. No climate crisis. It's a ploy. That's a strong one. And then moving on. So this other comment says, from Aristotle, he breaks it. Aristotle, all right? The very definition of a paradox. The only thing you can be sure of is that if sufficient of the 194 WHO member states sign, there will be a pandemic. Really, a no-brainer for non-WEF aligned nations, of course. Wow. It seems like some persons are scared and think that the agreement would not be in favor of the global populace, and that once that is signed, there will be a pandemic. So perhaps there's a disease culture already, and the vaccines for it have been prepared. So once that treaty is signed, then they release it, as there have been conspiracies around, there have been theories around the COVID-19, which some think that it was a conspiracy.
I don't want to see Mr. Adhanom Ghebreyesus and his consultant and his experts that works with him as wicked human beings who will go manufacture or aid the manufacturing of one disease somewhere, and they'll be planning to throw it, to release it to the world so that they can enable the international pharmaceutical organizations to make money. I don't want to see them in that light. That would be an accusation that is too big, So I think we should be very, very careful about that. And I understand the position for which Mr. Ghebreyesus is warning. Is warning because they felt someone like even while the United States of America hadn't made the decision to leave the WHO, they had said it, that the world should be prepared. Saying it this second time is that, look, the United States would have been a reliable partner, a reliable stakeholder that could, provision-wise make some form of money available, make technology available, make facilities available, and, make some form of provision to be sent to other parts of the country available if we have another COVID-19 or another epidemic again in the world. And now that it has left, we need to be very, very careful so that we start working at this particular point in time so that we'll be able to mitigate any of such chances.
All right, on the story of our experts predicting that Nigeria's inflation could drop between 27 to 25% if the rebasing of the economy is done. This is Mose Ebulaton says, if the prices of most commodities sustain the gradual drop and the base year is set at 2024, it may even be lower than the 15% predicted by the federal government. So he's thinking that the base year for the rebasing of the nation's economy should be 2024 rather than 2019.
2024,
as planned by the National Bureau of Statistics. Okay, let's see what other persons think about this. All right, so Econ Bro says the only purpose the rebasing serves is to make the government look like they're working. Okay, and I'm going to take one last comment on that, and this time around is from Dafini Nelson Jaja, and he says, rebasing, unemployment dropped from 31% to 4%, inflation dropped 35% to 25%, but median income drops, purchasing power drops, and GDP per capita also drops. Banana Republic stuff. What do you think? It's looking like this rebasing does not give an actual representation of the reality. So you know when unemployment rate at the time was put at about 33%, and so when it was recalculated using a different formula, it became 4%. But that does not mean that the number of unemployed people reduced. So it's the figure versus the reality. That's what this person is saying. So what do you make of this? The 2024 being the base year for rebasing the economy, and what would be achieved from rebasing?
In fact, I think it is one economic jargon that should be left for those within that climb who have a perfect understanding for it. I see it as just an esoteric way of use. NBS, okay, fine, the government now has, let's assume it has been rebased today, the data has been reviewed, and the government has it. Let's give the government 1 week. The government now has a good structure, the good knowledge about the structure of the Nigerian economy. Okay, so it's going to make decisions. That decision, it's not, except it increases the purchasing power of the man on the street. It has not done anything good. So now we have the knowledge. Okay, then what? So it's just the way we were taught that, except when the government talks about economic development and economic growth, except we begin to count there's the transformation, the physical, evidential transformation in the lives of people. Not now that people are experiencing multi-dimensional poverty and they are battling with that, and they are battling with paying tariff for price of premium motor spirit, for the increment that is in transportation, for food stuff and all of it. It's not, except the government, the people now have more to purchase this, then we can say the rebasing of the economy has done it.
It's more than rebasing. It's about putting the right things that contributes to the inflation, putting them in check. All right. So the WTO DG, that is the WTO Director General, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has advised that African leaders be innovative in looking inward for funding opportunities. And to that, we have this response from Ibrahim Mohammed. I wish any kind of aid, grants, and donations, including loans, coming to Africa be terminated. It's high time we stop being lazy when we have untapped resource to cater for ourselves. Okay, so this other comment says, and this came in from Okikelu, well, not to mince words, just tell them to maximize their resources. Their continent is blessed enough to fund its population. And then lastly, we take this comment, and that it says, it's from Icon. Beyond that, our development banks are underfunded. Institutions like the African Finance Corporation hold a combined $70 billion, yet Africa needs $200 billion yearly for infrastructure. Instead of begging for foreign loans, African governments should capitalize their own banks. Very quickly, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's true. And I like the way Amana and Mr. Kiyomi Adesina has been working since he started heading the African Development Bank. So let all the central banks of Africa work together, and let's prioritize trading among each other member states, and making sure that, look, if you're coming to my country to do business, You can use you use the naira. If I'm coming to your country, I use the Ghanaian cedis. If I'm coming to Ghana, so we don't need to give this laudable place to the dollar, and where both currencies will begin to suffer. So except African countries start working together and to begin to take and tap from the advantage that each economy in Africa presents, then we may not be heading anywhere.
And we want to head somewhere, so it means
do
that
really want to
African
head
countries
somewhere.
need to get that thinking cap. If it means that they buy the thinking cap today, we know that we are thinking strategically on how to improve the economy, then by all means we should do that. That's all on Post and Perspectives. Souq Sports is up next with Chooks John Bridges. Let's get it now to the world of sports.
Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which
Hello and welcome to another beautiful Tuesday. This happens to be the 18th day of February. Like joke, like small, the year is running. And this is this funny, beautiful money side of sport. Welcome to Souq Sport. Now, today we go straight to something that most of you might not really understand. Cristiano Ronaldo. Yes, he is a broadcaster as we speak. On Sunday, the young man, 40-year-old, he streamed the Patel Games event live on YouTube. Some people might not understand where we are heading to with this particular one. Now, for those that are still wondering, he has over 70-something million followers on YouTube. So now calculate. He streamed the semifinals and he streamed the finals of the games on YouTube. So if you do the maths and calculate 4,000 hours by 1,000, okay, let me let you get your calculators. Now, 40-year-old, he's made over 260 million in 2024. Let that sink in. What are 40 years old in Africa doing? Let's leave that. Okay, now this came through endorsement and contract, and Ronaldo also launched his YouTube account just last year, end of last year, August, September. And within a day, in less than an hour, he shot over 10 million subscribers. Cumulatively, through the social media channels, he has over 1 billion followers across all social media accounts. Now, nobody should go get heart attack on this. He's Cristiano Ronaldo. Lucky him. So aside football, he is making money off. Okay, let's just keep going. Now, still on media issues, media matters. Money is being made in sports. Paramount. You heard me right, Paramount. And YouTube, they have reached distribution peace deal. Their particular accounts were kind of short. Okay, let me not say it was short, just close, okay. The TV has reached a distribution agreement preventing a blackout on the platform following a stop deal. Now, every other company out there is diversifying. When you hear Paramount, you think about movies, but they are also into streaming, business, sport. Let's keep on that same lane. Now, Dzen Mina, that's D-A-Z-N-M-E-N-A, that beautiful English streaming platform. Billionaires to be precise. Now, they have this particular focal point of 1 billion surge investment. Financial backing from such sports investment will help fund this particular establishment of Dzen Mina as a regional sports broadcaster. Under 1 billion deal, this was unveiled by a Saudi investor. Now you see why I need to really take in a whole lot of oxygen and bring this out. Streaming has gone beyond what we thought it was before. It has gone from you just playing PS4 games in your living room or on the beach. It's big business. The last I checked, Africa were about 1.64 billion. And we are consuming streaming services from outside Africa. Wake up, guys. Let's get to golf. LIV Golf, they have again backed a long-term commitment with Adelaide, that's Australia. So now this South African-backed LIV Golf has agreed a 5-year contract extension with the South Australia government, ensuring that this particular money-spinning showcase event will remain in Adelaide. It's not Adelaide, Adelaide, through 2031. And at this revamped new home, Africa Place, let's attract something. We have Dembe. For those of you up north, for those of you down south, we have Ayo or Lokmo, who can attract something. Even if it's 10,000 for a start, let's attract something. Formula One, first. Earlier on the show today, Blessing and Priye were talking about cryptocurrency. Okay, now let me tell you guys, openly in public. Now, Formula One is the first to have Coinbase pay Aston Martins in crypto. in the first for Formula One, Aston Martin's new sponsorship deal with Coinbase will be paid entirely in cryptocurrency. Now, everybody in Nigeria, chew on that. Advert, sponsorship, stadia, everything is up for grab. Sports is real business. Where are we playing? My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We'll do this again tomorrow. Bye.
Welcome back from the world of sports. Wow, those huge figures that Chooks John Rogers was mentioning were beginning to make me feel dizzy. You know, I was calculating in my head. I didn't need my calculator. But of course, you know, the sports business is big business. Just in case you have talent there and you haven't yet tapped into them, don't be the one who is not doing anything with the talent that you have been given by God. I'm Blessing Aiche. This is where the show ends today. Tomorrow will be another time for us to bring on different set of issues. You know that we do ignite conversations with a view to inspiring change. We'll see you tomorrow from Puri Krumali.
Yeah, I like the part Chuk said in Formula One, someone is being paid with
Crypto, yes.
Maybe I should review, I should start looking at my contract too.
If you want to be paid with
cryptocurrency.
Okay,
Since
but make
it's
sure
supposed to be valued in dollars.
Make sure it's the coin that is doing well. Don't buy some coin that you have to wait for eternity for them to appreciate.
I'll consult Chooks and I'll consult a few other people before making.
You see what we're talking about? Business transactions happening here. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm Oyipriya Kurumale. Many thanks for watching.
Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souq Enlightenment.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. it's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember My daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. It would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPSC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Senatorial District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially, NDPHC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPHC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LLNG. LLNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 community. We need this disco. The and agree. For instance, the time you are for to the end, need the private like this. It is not well, is not to put all is doesn't tell city exactly. You can you transmit responsible. What do you say about some sort? Because I'm to pay. You have to be one of tailor not up. Other is overall cost of the exchange rate. Nigeria, because business the dollar who decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple because they are not sure that they will get. I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the that can and every BN is I'm to or matter subsidy only well the poor just will take the happening think past right? Elevators. Almost use more than the a big not can a United covered to my consumer prepare the only cost. You don't have if you have these and I'm just in the network room with a draw in the my video give me that was and born and the so we and up from William about time the math school and then from these to the then from holy the extra said because this was was
well, did remember yeah. Because we need like a back at the floor. The back for Inter develop so come I share going by the opportunity quote yeah. Proper sure drop yeah. So, but it well that cool Lord in that's red to like as good that said left school okay. Hours, you know, and I got talking to people. They'll take me to the newsroom, you know, they'll just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what was called to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, then went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, we was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akiodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So three of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up him. He picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great, and it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, You don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, female tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in the media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshodi, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. See, even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I looked back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It only comes in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, more so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church. You want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. I mean, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling, okay? You still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay, hot colors frighten me. Okay, and if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one, so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades. And it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system, ain't no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list. You know. But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that you know, as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. You know, they were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, you know, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, you know, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and you know that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing and talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the $1 billion movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And you know I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obiasika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture, Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? And what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for eons.
So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy. right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, you know, we don't have enough cinemas. You know, what are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, you know, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to, you know, to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, you know, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show and you had the young man who's a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on. You have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content. And, you know, and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity. Yes. But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, you know, in the mall, you know, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged, the creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But, you know, we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now. We're talking 0.0001% going to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light to it? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, you know, for the artists, you know, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, you know, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
focus on the art, focus on the business.
On the art. Sort this stuff, get out of the fighting. The money is there, you're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, you know, industry players need to play their part. radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It's
it wasn't
not
even made
free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way me as a TV station. It's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It really costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You hand
Whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You hand it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did, some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa. We had, the name's going to escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide. And we're covered in Pulse.
Why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
I hope it's going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February.
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs
All the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
You know, without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. Right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call. That we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing, and IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does crucial it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards, we just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in.
Yeah.
How has that helped, and how does it continue to help, or is there a roof, is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching here.
True.
More as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Niger, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Yeah. Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't her thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Before, I had to without my I said, thank you. Why? That was not the vision.
After returning home, she operated a company, a showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. Only stayed for a month. She had a furniture manufacturing company called Quib in 19, just a month before the company to Souq. Trust me, and
job I could find 1 week after to kill in build. It's never the plan. So you then your
wonder what had not only to but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talent, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctors, entrepreneurship, positive Universities, we state from our entrance, is an administrator of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
What? And let God be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business Way, Girl Entrepreneur, Girl in the Body, earned a certification in business administration and management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility in 2008. She entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den, unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning. She admitted to accidentally purpose. Ibukun Awosh is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octogenarian father, in a at the Muslim started for his married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by Ibu Center, Love Story School, at first Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop anything.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the news reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government hinted about spending 2.3 trillion naira on electricity subsidy in 202 amid new tariff regime. Nigeria foreign exchange begins a new week on a downward note as market capitalization closes at 67 trillion naira. Now, the manufacturer's Chief Executive Officer's Confidence Index report reveals 18.2% increase in cost of production for fourth quarter in 2024. Nigeria oil production takes a new high as crude oil production averages 1.75 million barrels per day. And now we begin with the federal government as it hinted on spending about 2.36 trillion naira on electricity subsidies for low-income consumers this year, a figure that comes amid plans to implement a cost-reflective tariff for Nigerians. This comes as the multi-year tariff order released by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission showed that the government incurred 178.03 billion naira electricity subsidy in January despite minimal cash backing. The subsidy payment comes amid low allocations in the budget to cover mounting electricity costs. NERC also stated that the subsidy was calculated after a review of key tariff indices, which showed that the weighted average cost reflective tariff dropped to 116 naira 75 kobo per kilowatt from 213 naira 85 kobo per kilowatt in December 2024. Now, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has revealed that crude oil production currently averages 1.75 million barrels per day, with a gas production rate of 7 billion standard cubic feet per day. The chief executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Gbenga Komolafe, who disclosed this at a conference in Abuja, said the challenges, including oil theft, led to a drastic drop in crude oil production to 1.1 million barrels per day of oil production in 2022, adding that through kinetic and non-kinetic intervention, oil theft has significantly reduced to 5,000 barrels of oil per day, leading to a steady production increase to 1.7 million barrels per day. Highlighting performance and the reforms and achievements in Nigeria's oil and gas sector, Komolafe affirmed that government aims to increase production by 1 million barrels of oil per day by December 2026 under the Project 1 Million Barrels of Oil per Day initiative, leveraging collaboration among operators, service providers, financiers, and host communities. Now, Manufacturers Chief Executive Officer's Confidence Index report has revealed that production and distribution costs in the manufacturing sector surged by 18.2% in the fourth quarter of last 2024, highlighting the impact of the macroeconomic environment on the manufacturing sector. The Manufacturers CEO Confidence Index is an index to measure changes in the quarterly pulse of manufacturing activities, which reflects movement in the macroeconomic and government policies. While the report indicated a slight improvement in sales volumes by 1.1%, other key indicators such as capacity utilization, manufacturing investment, and employment recorded further contractions, according to reports. The National Bureau of Statistics has disclosed that the Consumer Price Index, which measures the rate of change in prices of goods and commodities, declined to 24.48% year-on-year in January after rebasing the CPI. The rebasing means updating the reference year used to measure price levels in the country, but essentially changing the basket of goods and services used to determine inflation to better reflect current consumer spending and patterns, and ensuring that inflated data accurately reflects the economy's current state. It also involves replacing outdated items with new ones to better represent current trend of sales. Rebasing implies that the general prices of goods and services in the country declined compared to 34.80% in December, which used the old template. According to the CPI figures for the period under review, the rebased food inflation stood at 26.08% in year-on-year in January, representing a decline in food index when compared with 39.84% year-on-year recorded in the preceding month. While the indices cut across various sectors of the economy, the National Bureau of Statistics, however, pointed out that the decline in the rebased inflation does not mean the general price level was declining. The Nigerian Exchange Limited started the week on a negative note, dropping by 72.5 billion naira market capitalization and closed trading yesterday at 67.346 trillion naira, which signified a drop of 0.11% or 72.5 billion naira from 67.418 trillion naira it opened for trading. All share index also moved from 108,053.95 basis points to 107,937.74 basis points, which is a decline of 0.11% as of the month-to-date performance and year-to-date returns settled at 3.3% and plus 4.9% respectively. Sectoral analysis showed that the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Insurance Index dropped by 1.7%, forex exchange oil and gas depreciated by 1.1%, and the exchange banking declined by 0.4%, while the exchange consumer goods index advanced by 1.4% and the exchange industrial goods increased by 0.1%. You're still watching the midday news on Souq News Television. We'll be back in a moment, to stay with us. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the news. In Ogun State, residents of Seidu 2, a community in Ogiju area of Ogun State, are calling for increased security presence following a surge in criminal activities. The community has been grappling with frequent cases of theft, harassment, and violent promptings, local to demand more intervention from the Ogun State security agencies. According to residents, the area has become a hotspot for criminal gangs who exploit the lack of adequate security patrols. Community members report that nighttime robberies and attacks on commuters have become common, leaving people in constant fear for their safety. The residents are urging the Ogun State Police Command and other security agencies to increase their presence and conduct regular patrols to curb the escalating crime rate. They are also appealing for the establishment of a local vigilante group to complement police efforts in safeguarding the community. The Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule has sworn in newly appointed special advisors and assigned them portfolios to enhance efficiency and productivity in public service delivery. The appointment was announced by the governor's personal assistant on social media, Godwin Remy. Some of these appointees are Dr. Justina Anjide Kotso, designated to the office of the Secretary to the State Government, Aliyu Safianu to oversee investment, Haruna Idris to take charge of chieftaincy affairs, while Lawal Yakubu will be responsible for public works. Other key officials' appointments include political affairs, ICT, assembly liaison officer, rural development, women affairs, special advisor, civil service, education, and agriculture, among others. Governor Sule emphasized that these appointments are aimed at enhancing governance and ensuring efficiency services delivery across all sectors in the state. As the newly appointed advisors assume their roles, expectations are high for improved public service delivery and governance in Nasarawa State. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, is calling on more investors to explore opportunities within the $18.5 billion Centenary City project in Abuja. The minister made the appeal during a meeting with a delegation from Centenary City PLC, led by former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator Pius Ayim. The ambitious project, which was launched in 2014 under former President Goodluck Jonathan, aims to create a world-class smart city to attract global investment, but it has faced numerous setbacks over the years. Dangiwa highlighted that the Centenary City project aligns with President Tinubu's renewed Hope City agenda and stressed the role of public-private partnership in driving housing development and creating job opportunities. He mentioned that there has already been interest from potential investors and emphasized the ministry's effort to facilitate these partnerships through the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission. Additionally, the Nigerian Senate recently established a 7-member committee to investigate the reason behind the delays in the project's completion. Now, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has reaffirmed the bank's commitment to leveraging digitalization and technology-driven solutions to improve financial access for underserved communities, especially women. Speaking at the inaugural Economic Policy Conference for Emerging Market Economies in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Cardoso emphasized the crucial role of mobile money services and digital financial tools in enhancing financial inclusion across the country. Cardoso shared the bank's vision of expanding financial access through these digital platforms, a key strategy in Nigeria's financial inclusion exports. He also highlighted ongoing reforms aimed at bolstering the banking sector's resilience, including the recapitalization exercise, which is designed to strengthen financial institutions and ensure their ability to weather future economic challenges. The CBN governor discussed the positive results of Nigeria's tough economic policies, which, according to him, are beginning to bear fruit. These include the push for a more market-driven foreign exchange system, inflation control measures, and banking sector reforms intended to restore confidence in Nigeria's financial system. Now, NNPC says it has concluded recruitment of its new staff. We'll take a break and return with more stories. Do join us again. Welcome back. Glad to know you're still with us. On recruitment, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited have announced a conclusion of the recruitment of new staff, in which the process started late last year in 2024. NNPC Chief Corporate Communications Officer Olufemi Shoneye announced on Monday 17th that the appointment letters will be sent to the chosen candidates. He reiterated the success of the recruitment exercise, stating that it was conducted with the utmost fairness, transparency, and rigor. Shoneye declared that the recruitment exercise was the best conducted in Nigeria, following the appreciation of all applicants that participated in the process. He expressed hope that the applicants that weren't selected will look towards other potential opportunities to work at the NNPC and strive to build a world-class energy company. Now, Commissioner for Information and Chief Executive Officer of the National Insurance Commission, NICOM, Olusegun Omosheyin, has called on players in the insurance sector to develop strategies that will be aimed at expanding beyond the Nigerian borders. Omosheyin would disclose this in a recorded video message to stakeholders against the backdrop of the African Continental Free Trade Area, said a Nigerian insurance committee on AFTA has been set up to prepare the insurance sector to harness the potential of the Continental Trade Agreement. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement was created by 54 of the 55 African Union nations in 2018 and is the largest in the world in terms of the number of participating countries since the formation of the World Trade Organization. NICOM executive therefore challenged insurance stakeholders to be prepared and grow beyond the shores of the country, affirming his confidence in Nigeria's insurance sector to excel anywhere across the continent and beyond. Now, barely 4 days after the demise of the leader of the Pan-Yoruba socio-cultural group, Afenifere Ayo Adebanjo, Nigeria has again been thrown into mourning following the announcement of the death of the leader of the Pan-Niger Delta Forum leader, Edwin Clark. Clark was confirmed dead in a statement issued by the Clark Fuludu Bekederemo family of the Kiagbodo town, Delta State, aged 97. The South leader and a former federal commissioner for information died on Monday, February 17, 2025. Other information to be disclosed later by the family, according to reports. And we do say, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Do join us again for sports stories. And now in the world of sports, Victor Osimhen has become most valuable striker in Turkish Super League with 100 million euro valuation. The Super Eagles' prolific striker Victor Osimhen has become the most valuable striker to ever join the Turkish Super League after his market value rose up to a valuation of 100 million euros at his current club, Galatasaray. This puts him ahead of second-placed Nicolo Zaniolo, who has a valuation of 70 million euros. Victor Osimhen joined the Turkish giant Galatasaray on a season-long loan from Napoli the previous summer, as proposed deals from the big spending clubs of the summer Chelsea and Manchester United fell through. The striker has proved his hefty valuation worth so far this season, scoring 19 goals in 24 appearances in all competitions at the Turkish league with Galatasaray. Osimhen leads a great list of players that includes Jean-Michel Seri, valued at 25 million euros, Steven Nzonzi at 23 million euros, and Tanguy Ndombele, 22 million euros. Sofiane Amrabat at 22 million euros and Mauro Icardi also at 22 million euros, among others. And that's it on the midday news. Many thanks for watching. Now, do remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. Souq News Television. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Do have yourself a splendid afternoon.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot clear opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and a relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, One of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Cornoil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Cornoil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornoil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornoil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's angry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company. Nobody league. Anybody Yorùbá ready to change and agree and
not men it out Michelle is coming this fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admired his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generations of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Alhassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, a Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amira Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyemika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the Board of Trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyemika is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family and the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyemika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyemika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, you know. Mr. Oshika talked about it, to the best of your ability. Do your best. What I want to say. Yes, I said be ready to make sacrifices, but mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly, that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts a disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ag Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Aigimokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aigimokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing
a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, you know, dreamt of starting television, radio from, you know, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, you know, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street, the nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can you know, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You know, you still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, you know, the table to be set, and then they come and, you know, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, you know, trying to get a job, something to secure, you know, something, you know, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, you know, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things, and the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, you know, trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80 something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you on without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child, and I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one all the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, to shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us, because they were interested in Nigeria see how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has the gift, not everyone that has the talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikena Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Enahoro. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Webber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you are the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Buba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like General Didu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, 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 let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. The only thing that happened to the whole world from Nigeria that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first attack all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? When are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan, and then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a first stack in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNC, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I'll be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to the breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I with due respect, I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Bishola or Dr. Kolade, somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se, that's the main, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be better answered by the president of Festac. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like those different stages. you know, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. No, the child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folani Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, I mean, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed. And they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We are not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we are doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of Warri, My stepfather, who also brought at the hand my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, you know, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. You know, he sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, you know, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like 50, almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in a school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London. And it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented. And I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigene in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, JAPA in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I don't put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with pidgin English. And you know, pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak pidgin in Hawaii. They speak pidgin in China. They speak pidgin, Old English Cockney is pidgin. American even is a form of pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing parts in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also Chinawood, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward, because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And then we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's river side, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television, where we take you around on happenings from different parts of the world. I am Grace Komolafe. First, let's take you through some African-related stories, starting from Ghana. Ghana National Petroleum Authority, NPA, has established a new price floor for petroleum products. The regulation, which takes effect from 16th to 28 February 2025, prohibits any company from selling fuel below the designated price threshold. Petrol and diesel have been priced at a minimum of 12.56 and 13.45 Ghanaian cedis per litre respectively, while liquefied petroleum gas LPG has been fixed at 14.26 Ghanaian cedis per kilogram. The new directive requires oil marketing companies and LPG marketing companies to comply strictly with the minimum price set for fuel sales, as the measures aims to prevent price distortions and ensure market stability within Ghana's downstream petroleum sector.
Moving on, South Africa's official unemployment rate has further decreased to 31.9% in the fourth quarter of last year. Statistics from the country's quarterly labor force survey revealed that the further reduction in unemployment was attributed to the creation of 132,000 jobs in the period under review. According to South Africa's statistician, General Resinga Maluleke, the number of discouraged job seekers increased by 111,000 to 3.5 million in the fourth quarter, while the number of not economically active people decreased from 13.1 million to 13 million. The expanded unemployment rate in the period under review remained unchanged at 41.9% compared with the third quarter of 2024. The African Development Bank, AFDB, has approved the creation of a $20 billion financial dollars stability fund by African leaders to prevent debt crises before they escalate. Known as the African Financial Stability Mechanism, AFSM, the fund will operate with its own credit rating, enabling it to raise capital on international markets. The AFDB, which will host the facility, plans to move quickly on drafting agreements and securing ratification from member states. The fund aims to provide African nations with a financial safety net similar to those in Europe and Asia to address growing debt pressures, sluggish revenues, and climate-related economic challenges. With membership open to all African Union nations, the AFSM will offer concessional loans tied to macroeconomic and fiscal reforms. At least 20% of membership may be open to non-African states, provided African nations maintained majority control. If fully implemented, the AFSM could save African countries an estimated $20 billion in debt servicing costs by 2035. Nations such as Kenya and Gabon have struggled with debt concerns leading to currency depreciation and credit rating downgrades. The AFDB emphasized that the fund is not designed for bailouts, but to prevent financial instability through proactive economic measures. With more news in Africa, Nigeria saw progressive in recognition as African Union officially endorsed the country as the digital trade champion for the continent under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Digital Trade Protocol. The recognition was made at the just concluded African Union 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, held at Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. In a statement signed by the Special Advisor to President Bola Tinubu on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, the Digital Trade Protocol aims to develop 8 annexes covering key areas such as rules of origin, digital identities, and cross-border data transfers. Other areas include legitimate public interest reasons for disclosing source code, online safety and security, emerging and advanced technologies, as well as financial technology. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has reaffirmed his support for Africa to secure permanent representation on the UN Security Council. In a statement on X, he called the continent's exclusion unacceptable, pledging to work closely with the African Union and all UN member states to ensure Africa gets the representation it deserves, including 2 permanent seats. Guterres' remarks comes amid growing calls for reform, of the Security Councils, whose structure set in 1945 with 5 permanent members has long been criticized as outdated. African leaders have persistently pushed for at least 2% seats to reflect the continent's significant contribution to global peacekeeping and economic development. Global backing for Africa's inclusion is also on the rise, with leaders from countries like India, Brazil, Japan, and even support from the United States echoing the call for a more representative and equitable Security Council. And on real estate, Dubai Integrated Housing Center promotes sustainability, innovation in housing services. We'll bring you details after this break. Thank you for staying tuned, and now we take you to Dubai, where the Director General of the Dubai Land Department and Acting Director General of Dubai Municipality, His Excellency Engineering Marwan Ahmed bin Galita, recently visited the Dubai Integrated Housing Center in Nad Al Sheba. The center provides 54 diverse housing services through collaboration between government entities such as Dubai Land Department, Dubai Municipality, and private sector partners, including Emirates Islamic Bank and Suba Realty. During the visit, Engineer Waman praised the center's effort in offering citizens a comprehensive housing experience, including consultations for home design, interior aesthetics, and housing cost estimates. The center also incorporates advanced technologies to simplify housing and construction procedures, enabling customers to complete transactions independently. In a statement, Engineer Marwan emphasized the center's role in aligning with Dubai's vision for sustainable, innovative housing solutions, enhancing the quality of life for citizens. The center supports Dubai's ongoing Social Agenda 33 initiative, which allocates 14.5 billion UAE dirhams for citizens' housing unit in 2033. And Egypt, Saudi Arabia signed a significant agreement to enhance energy efficiency practices. The agreement, witnessed by Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and Cypriot President Nikos Christodoulidis, was signed during the 8th edition of the Egypt Energy Show in New Cairo. This collaboration involves the Egyptian Ministries of Petroleum and Electricity and Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Energy, aiming to improve energy efficiency through the exchange of expertise and technical support. The deal outlines a comprehensive plan for both nations to work together on energy efficiency projects. The Saudi side will offer assistance in developing a national energy efficiency program in Egypt, including training courses, workshops, and the establishment of a joint entity to spearhead renewable energy efficiency initiatives. And away from that, India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman says workers earning up to 12 lakhs of rupees will be exempted from paying income tax from the fiscal year 2025 to 2026. The zero tax income threshold has been increased from 7 lakhs of rupees to 12 lakhs of rupees after rebate in the new income tax regime, which excludes special rate incomes. From the 1st of April this year, Indians earning up to 12 lakhs of rupees annually can enjoy the full income tax rebate under the country's tax law, Section 87A. Sitharaman also announced an increase in the basic income exemption limit to 4 lakhs of rupees from 3 lakhs of rupees under the new income tax regime. The Reserve Bank of Australia, RBA, today cut benchmark interest rates for the first time in over 4 years, joining ranks with other major global central banks as softening inflation allows room for easing policy. The RBA reduced interest rates by 25 basis points to 4.10%, marking its first easing since November 2020, when the Apex Bank cut its key rate to record low, as the battles are slowing economy during the pandemic. In a statement by the RBA board members, the policy decision recognizes and welcomes the progress in inflation, stressing that the board remains cautious on prospects for further policy easing. The statement further signals the central bank's intention to keep any further withdrawal of monetary restrictions gradual, as RBA had held its policy rate steady at 4.35% since November 2023, following an extended period of 13 rate hikes to tame inflation. And now on European market, stock experienced downturn due to geopolitical uncertainty. This and more coming your way after this timeout. Please stay with us. Still on the world news, European markets experienced a downward turn today as geopolitical uncertainties in the region continues to take the lead in business discussions. The pan-European stock 600 was 0.1% lower in the morning, climbing down from gains since earlier on in the session. However, the FEN stocks, which hit a record high during Monday's session, continued on that note, with Lubauer increasing by 9.3% and Rank Group gaining 7.4%. Geopolitical tensions between the US and Europe are likely to remain in focus for European markets this week as US officials prepare for talks with Russia to end the war in Ukraine, with officials in Kiev and Europe being left out of the discussions. European leaders held an emergency summit in Paris on Monday to discuss how to respond to the apparent discussion to sideline Europe, and while they agreed on increasing defense spending, there was no alignment over whether to send peacekeeping troops to Ukraine after any peace deal. Moving on, National Institute of Statistics and Economic Studies says January's annual inflation rate was up by 1.7% in France, a figure that is above market estimates of 1.4% and higher than 1.3% in December last year. According to the institute, the increase has been attributed to rise in service prices, which went up by 2.5% from January 2024. Energy and manufacturing product prices also contributed to higher inflation in January as France continues to deal with increased political disturbance. The data also revealed a rebound in manufactured goods prices despite the relative stability recorded in the prices of food items in France. And to conclude the world news, the United States media has announced that over 300 staffs were let go from the National Nuclear Security Administration, claiming the cuts affected employees at weapons facilities. The sudden layoffs have left many workers locked out of their federal email accounts, complicating efforts to reach those affected. A memo obtained by NBC revealed that termination letters for some probational employees are now being cancelled, though officials are struggling to contact them. Supervisions have been instructed to forward and update to send personal mails to each of them as part of an attempt to reverse the decisions. This move is part of a broader shake-up, with nearly 10,000 federal workers reportedly fired last week and around 75,000 accepting a voluntary buyout offer. The drastic downsizing is a key element of President Trump's strategy to slash government spending, strengthened by initiatives like Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Targeting nearly all probationary employees, the administration's effort could impact hundreds of thousands of workers, a policy shift that has already sparked over 60 lawsuits challenging the move. And that's it on the world news on Souq News Television. Many thanks for watching. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Thread, and X. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi or Komo?
Komi Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
Life of a loader, all of this stress I've been under. Rather my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hats open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking.
In this part of the world, right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
You played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah, okay. In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing here, and I made it happen.
So that was it.
That was it.
Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alex C. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
he just stopped.
No, he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy. So anyone that might just give up on the crap, give up on busking, not on music, you get, maybe to chase other things, you get, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever. But so how, so you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really. Not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art.
That boldness no fully come. You know, come like immediately.
You learn on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, you get, he's my boss, so I respect him up to date. But the way I've pushed my own busking, yeah.
Obviously, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On
That's
Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi. You're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
gone back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, yeah, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. Yeah, on the island, at malls. Yeah.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Sule, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's
Tejo Show Yaba.
With the people.
Yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah. I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah. I do Sulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no, I can't really say it.
Come on, Flame, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's see. Should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information is privileged information, as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today,
and
tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently frequently is the Palms Mall. You get I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall. And Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall. But I do Palms more frequently. You get me? For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate and they always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you are staying away from the money.
No, not because currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, once you come play for this person, I'm always the first person they call.
So you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say you come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole banner.
Sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too, so I just
so you just come through.
And we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to.
Because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking.
Outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place? Because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight bar that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like thrice and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that sit at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I do
else.
It's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done
and
at
I got 3
no's. They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No, I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
If I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. And I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time ago, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar and I just like the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home, so it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Combo Flames does.
Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you through it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you Papa God bless you. See I ain't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend in the money don't show that. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I did not for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for another. I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. I because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport and he told me, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show. And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Because he wants to see it. I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But up to now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, and in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, you get, there should be I should be willing to see you again, you get. So it takes a lot of work, you get, so that it does not get
keep
boring.
upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay, so it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube, because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People
that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the streets.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job to doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that are I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the streets, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
Well, you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came. She looked at him. She got out her phone. She recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up. She walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly.
He
might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
both
song.
ways. True.
He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Call me Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
Hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right? Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs, I'm working on them, but currently...
But you just write, because busking will not give you time.
No, busking, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded?
I do, but it's not out currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle. You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. So many girls on my phone, but are you the boss man? Been through so much pain, please don't add to my soul. Yeah.
Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade bell for you. I feel to pile up a beauty for you. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Oh, baby, you're my miracle.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life. Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Hanson Ba. Bye for now.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former Commissioner of Finance. I was a Commissioner of Finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a Commissioner of Finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed Commissioner of Finance. Still, I'm a Professor of Accounting in the university, but I double as a Commissioner of Taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning, but I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected Professor of Taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask then to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so, the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience, as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, there were one joint tax, joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue, and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my son is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, "This is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen." So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished, you may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT. What you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5% as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase in VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services, no separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people going into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos, or in Rivers, or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos, or Rivers, or Ogun, or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located, not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will make it to Lagos. And then 10% of that, 60%, maybe about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to the pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So just are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. On 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2 over 3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1 over 3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either telephone to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NELFON, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are first to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia,
am chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, He returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.